Thank you, everyone, for being here today or watching on Grassroots TV. It is our regular meeting of February 24th. We have a fairly large meeting coming forward with the Aspen Meadows community project being discussed. We will start our regular meeting as usual with public comment and issues like that. I just want to give a brief update for the members of the public who are here. When we get to the Meadows project, we are going to have introductory comments by myself and Ben Anderson of the Planning Department. We will then hear from the applicant with their presentation and from our staff with their presentation. The council will then be asking clarifying questions related to either of the presentations. We will then move into public comment. And so that's going to be the order in which we're going to take this. It is not likely the council will be taking a decision on the resolution today. There is an awful lot to absorb. We have received, I think, at least 17 letters of public comment since the packet closed and went online. And we have received copies of those, and we are reading them. So I just wanted to give everyone that kind of heads up. I do not expect a decision tonight, but we are very interested in your continued public comment. With that, I will call the meeting to order and ask Mike to call the roll.
Councillor Benedetti.
Here.
Councillor Doyle.
Here.
Councillor Guth.
Here.
Councillor Rose.
Here.
Mayor Richards.
Here. Thank you very much. We have no scheduled public appearances this morning, but we will be taking our public comment. So anyone who would like to make a public comment on items not on tonight's agenda, please come forward, Mr. Siegel. And just identify yourself for the record, and you will have 3 minutes for your comments. Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you first?
I called up Mr. Siegel. Okay. Okay, Francis, we'll hear from you.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, Mayor Richards, members of City Council. Good to see everybody. I haven't been here in a while, but I'm well. I'm Francis Stuckins, a long-term Aspenite. I got an email the other day from Keith Strope. You might know him from the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. He called to say that Normal really wants to do their seminar in town, and they really want it to be effective, great, and they enjoy coming here. So hopefully we're getting them to go. I told them what I was doing with Green Cuisine and the potential Aspen tea pad, and that may lead to better things, but he was really interested in what we're doing here in Aspen and wants to very much have the legal seminar here once again, hopefully supported by Jerry Goldstein too. And if the city can do anything about that, you know, open some doors, that'd be great. And along that line, I was talking to Ward Hohenstein, the former city councilman, who's in support of having some kind of Aspen tea pad or consumption lounge. We're still looking for a location. But we talked about composting and what's happening with, I love the composting initiative is great, but we're talking about, I'm talking about with Ward recycling and the corrugated recycling. As you know, at the Vortex at Carl's, I do a lot of emptying of cases and flattening out of boxes. And what's come down the pike is that we can't bundle the corrugated. Because it costs too much to process it. So all that composting or recycling is going to going all for naught. I don't know what's happening to these boxes, and we're flattening them out anyway in hope that the VI.A or somebody's going to take them away. The Palm Tree Fest was a hit. We got inundated with young, rich, and happy, proud people, and they did pretty good. They wiped us out of a lot of stuff there at Carl's. Tonight's the State of the Union. And one more thing real quick. Carolyn Zachariason wrote real estate article a while back about all these projects that Mark Hunt was supposed to finish in 18 months, and that was 2019. We got St. Ambrose instead of a diner and a community spot where the old Aspen Bakery was, and that's very disappointing. There's my 3 minutes.
Yep.
So thanks. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
See you all in the future.
Francis.
Other public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Neil Siegel, Aspen. The new Aspen strategic plan has a section on traffic flow and congestion. The plan mentions only targeted infrastructure investments for bicycles and pedestrians. The pressing problem of daily traffic congestion by cars and trucks that will continue unabated into the future is not addressed at all. Not one infrastructure improvement for congestion, however small, is mentioned. Thus, this document is important not only for what it says, but what it doesn't say about congestion. You know, in poker, that's called a tell, because it's a tip-off that in this case, the efforts to reduce vehicle congestion are not even on the table. But let me give you a clear example of where action is appropriate and possible. Has anyone recently tried to drive down Maroon Creek Road in the afternoon? It's totally backed up, because the roundabout is choked in the world of traffic engineering. Everybody agrees it has to be rebuilt, redesigned, rebuilt. How long are we going to wait? 10, 12, 15 years for that? But recall, in 2024, your consulting engineers in August sat right here at this table and laid out 5 recommendations that would have a demonstrable impact on traffic without any major construction. Now, maybe 5 is too much for you 5 to consider. Let me give you one. Let's look at one. You'll find it in Appendix D, Sections 2.6 and 3.92 of the Jacobs Report. What did they recommend? They recommended having 2 unrestricted lanes of traffic northbound, starting just after the light on Cemetery Lane, just before the roundabout, going around the roundabout and continuing as 2 unrestricted lanes until the light at Truscott. Using that small segment of what was a bus lane, Jacobs concluded that it would increase the capacity of flow through the roundabout and, as a consequence, improve the throughput across the Castle Creek Bridge. I think you can see the flow pattern. And the modeling by Jacobs concluded that a significant decrease in the backup in the afternoon was possible by compared to doing nothing. And you know, they were right. They were right, because the city tried it. I'm almost done.
I am.
They tried it for a short period of time, and it worked. The infrastructure requirement for that change is this: electric billboard that says use 2 lanes. That's it.
Okay, your 3 minutes are up, sir.
Thank you. I
Thank you for
understand.
completing your comments.
So please implement it. No more excuses. Let's get going. Thank you.
Okay. Just to respond briefly, all those alternatives that Jacobs had talked about in conjunction with the 3-lane bridge, which only allowed 1 lane into town in the future and put buses and mixed traffic, that's where these sort of recommendations came from. It was more about exiting traffic at the end of the day than dealing with the congestion that comes into town throughout the day. We are looking at congestion in downtown core, in the West End, and throughout the community, which a reduction in volume of SOVs and traffic is really the key. And it's not about accommodating more cars more quickly. It is about reducing the sheer number of vehicles that we have coming into this town. and we are looking very seriously at all the recommendations that are coming from the Jacobs Report, that have come from the 21st Century Citizens Committee, that are coming from a great many others. There is no question that this council is very concerned with congestion reduction, which I don't think the proponents of the three-lane bridge in the past were particularly in favor of, as they really were interested in handicapping bus service and more about avoiding any use of the previously approved Merle corridor for easing traffic. But all these types of measures are being looked at now in a comprehensive way, all the way out to Service Center Road, including the Truscott Light, including the Cemetery Lane Light, including all the issues. None of us here are traffic engineers, and we're all hearing a lot of individual ideas frequently about if you just do this one thing, the whole problem will go away, and it's never quite that simple. But I appreciate your continued attention and influence on this project because it is a community-wide concern. Thank you. Additional public comment on items not on tonight's agenda.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miller Ford. It's good to see you guys. I'm coming by. I'm asking some questions. Some of these maybe have been already answered, but I heard a term recently, clarity is kindness, and so I'm just looking for some of that, and whether it's been answered or not. And so there's just a sequence of questions. You know, if they all get answered, that's awesome. If not, some of them are more important than others, in my opinion, but they're all important to me right now. The one question I have is why have these construction projects been allowed to go on for so long? It's been around 6 years. And follow-up question to that, why haven't penalties or protocols been put in place, like fines for blocking the sidewalks, such as VI.A. has put in place ages ago? That's the big question I have. And also, why are some of these older ordinances still in place if we can change them? Because I have spoken to some of the deputy commissioners of the county, and they said that could be a possibility. I might be mistaken, though. That's just it. But then another question is, did at one point before the pandemic, I at least hear about something happening at the Armory, like it becoming some kind of a social center or market-style space for the community to be in? I could have just made that up in my head, so don't get me wrong. I mean, I just figured I'd throw it out there. If so, is there anything happening with that? And also, lastly, this is the most important question I have tonight. What do each of you feel is your level of responsibility when it comes to making sure Aspen has functional third places? Because in my opinion, if the stuff rolls downhill, you guys are kind of at the top of the hill to make sure we got third places in this town. I know that it's commerce and we live in a capitalist society, but we also have city council to make sure that we have places for this community to grow and thrive. Me as a comedian, I've been producing shows to make sure people have a place to come. There's not many places to come in Aspen right now. And you guys are sitting in a place where you can make a place to come, or at least try and get us behind you as a community. That would even be a good third place, to have a community objective to have a third place. So I don't know if you don't know what a third place is, I'll give you a heads up. But so these questions might have already been answered, but I'm just trying to see what's going on with that, because it's been a while and I don't know where to meet anybody other than the people I work with, or see people where I work, John, you know what I mean? So that's all I got. And I hope we can answer some of those, so thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Do you have an email contact or something that our staff can take Millard's email and we can respond, but we don't really try to answer all the questions at public comment. Thank you very much. Additional members of the public here today for public comment on items not on tonight's agenda. Seeing none in the room, do we have any online with hands up? No, it does not appear so. So I will close the citizen comment petition portion of the agenda. Thank you all for coming in and offering your thoughts and comments. We'll try to catch you up with the Armory project and other initiatives. We would now go on to special orders of the day for council members and mayor's comments. So council member comments, please. John.
Yeah, I'll keep mine short in the interest of keeping this meeting short, but I'm grateful for the recent snow we've had, but I would point out that Pickens County is still, the majority of Pickens County is either in extreme drought or exceptional drought, so we are not out of the woods as far as moisture is concerned. Fingers crossed that it keeps snowing. Thanks. Oh, actually, I do have a notice I need to read,
Yep,
too.
there you go.
The City of Aspen Parks and Recreation Department is launching a comprehensive facilities master plan for the Aspen Golf Club campus and is inviting the community to help shape its future by participating in a public survey open March 1st through March 31st at aspencommunityvoice.com. After almost 30 years of steady use, the facilities are ready for thoughtful reinvestment and long-term planning to ensure they continue to meet our growing community needs for the next 50 years. But we can't do it without the community's input, so please go to the Aspen Golf Facilities Master Plan project page on aspencommunityvoice.com and share your thoughts via the survey. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Christine?
I don't have any comments, but I do also have a reminder from the city. Seasonal lighting must come down by March 1st per the City of Aspen's Land Use Code. Holiday lighting, now known as seasonal lighting, must come down by March 1st. Seasonal lighting is deemed temporary between November 15th and March 1st as stated in code. Seasonal lights contribute to light pollution, attract wildlife, increase unnecessary energy usage, and when wrapped around trees, constrict their ability to grow. Continued illumination of seasonal lighting after March 1st is a violation and could result in fines.
Thank you, Christine. Bill, do you have any comments? Thank you.
Thanks. Wanted to highlight what I see as a tremendous success for our community, which is the Palm Tree Music Festival, which just occurred this past weekend. I certainly know that it comes with some disturbance. The music is loud. I get that, but I think the vitality that it brings to Aspen is incredible. I think the new demographic that's being introduced to Aspen is incredible. I think the production is first-rate, safe, secure, comfortable, efficient. I feel so fortunate to have it executed at that level. I'm a huge proponent of this. I think that doesn't mean that there should be an unlimited number of events like this, but I do think it's a wonderful thing for Aspen, and I ask those who feel inconvenienced by some elements of the festival to think about the greater good and think about how wonderful this is for Aspen and how much our community depends on propagating the future of our tourist-based economy. Secondly, I don't recall exactly where we finished this conversation about term limits on boards and commissions, but I would like to move that along.
I think we're going to discuss it at our retreat coming up. Bill, be on the agenda then.
Okay. When is that? Do I have that on my calendar? I don't know.
We're going to do April 20th.
Okay, let me make sure I have that. Does everyone want to wait until April 20th, or is that something that, at least for the Wheeler Board and Kids First, we can implement sooner rather than later?
I think it requires a little further discussion with the organizations underneath those boards and just really working it through.
Okay. Everyone feel the same way on that? I'm comfortable moving forward on those now, but respect if everyone wants to wait.
I don't think any one's rolling over between now and then, so I don't think it's as big an issue, and so I think it can wait for that reason more than any other.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Sam?
I'll read my community update. I got community first at the Wheeler. The Wheeler belongs to the community, and the community belongs at the Wheeler. This winter, record low snowpack led to reduced activity across Aspen, with ripple effects felt by households throughout the community. For some, that meant fewer opportunities to take advantage of the world-class cultural experiences that help make Aspen such a special place to live and visit. The Wheeler Opera House is often referred to as Aspen's community living room. It is a place to gather, to connect, and to share live experiences at the highest level. When barriers, especially financial ones, stand in the way of that shared experience, it is our responsibility to respond. Community First at the Wheeler is an invitation back. It reflects a commitment to making exceptional live performance more accessible to local residents and to ensuring that the cost is not what keeps our community from coming together in our city's cultural crown jewel. The Wheeler is offering any patron the opportunity to purchase 2 tickets for $25 each to a single performance scheduled now through the end of April. Call or stop by the Wheeler to purchase your tickets. Offer expires March 15th. Wheeler insiders are eligible to apply the same discount to multiple shows, and you just need to live in one of our local area codes.
Very good. Thank you. And do you have any comments?
No, not this evening, thank you.
Thank you. Boy, perhaps we should all start by a round of applause for our gold medal winner, Alex Ferreira. It was such a thrilling event to watch and to have wished them well on their way out, as our community did. Please know that we're working with the Aspen Skiing Company and the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club to really put together perhaps a hometown parade and some welcoming ceremonies as he kind of comes down off of Cloud 9 and ends the media tours. It's really exciting for all of us, and I believe it's a testament to the support our community has always given the Ski and Snowboard Club, to the facilities we've tried to build for our community as third spaces and athletic training areas, through the chairlift at the ski club. That was a long land use process, and the ARC and the Aspen Recreation Center. So there's a lot to be proud of, and we're going to go forward and honor him and our other competitors equally in coming days. I wanted to make a general comment about our meeting tonight. This has been an issue which I would say from the letters to the editor, from the letters to us, from the public comment, it has a potential to be very divisive. And our country is facing very divisive issues right now as well. And I think it's important for us all to bear in mind that we are neighbors and we share a common love of Aspen and looking for the best outcomes through a process that may seem long and may seem tedious to people, but we're here to try to get this right. And our council has different opinions on different issues at times, but we've learned to work together with respect and no personal attacks. And I hope that that continues on through this hearing and through the public comments. I think we are going to be taking a lot of things into consideration. And as I said earlier, probably not voting on the resolution tonight as we continue through this process. Personally, I was elected first in 1991 and joined a council that was finalizing the Aspen Meadows proposal that had been hammered out by former Mayor Bill Sterling and their council. And it took them a long time to do that. And I think our Planning and Zoning Commission heard this at least 3 times before passing it along to council. And in this process, which our planning director will explain in a few moments when we get to that item, this is our bite at the apple, and then it will go back to P&Z. So I intend that we will take the time necessary to get the details right. And so please be patient with the process. I know a lot of people would like a thumbs up or a thumbs down today, and it's probably just not going to happen that way because we want to give it the full consideration and request for any modifications. And there's just a lot of issues there, as there were in the original Meadows approval, which was huge. It reunited those properties so that we would have those institutions remaining and surviving and thriving in our community. So with that, we will move on to the rest of the agenda, which are any agenda amendments tonight. There are none. Are there any city manager comments this evening?
I just wanted to say that we know there was a big lift by the producers of the Palm Tree Festival. I just wanted to highlight also the staff lift was pretty amazing. We have teams from the Community Development Department, the APD, we have our Parks and Events team and our Streets team and Parking team always collaborating with that group, and I know it does go off very well. So I just wanted to say some appreciation for those groups. I also actually want to recognize the partnership. We had some additional officers from the Sheriff's Department that actually partnered up with us, and we really appreciated that.
Thank you for that, Pete. That's very good. We would now go to board reports by individuals who have had a board meeting since our last board meeting.
I had a Sister Cities meeting in VI.A. Sister Cities, we heard from our Garmisch High School exchange students. There were 2 sophomores and 2 juniors. They toured a School of Wood and Design, did a torchlight tour of a gorge right outside of Garmisch, which is kind of encapsulates what the Sister Cities program is all about, is what we were told, because locals knew about this special thing. It's like being taken to the bells at night or something like that. They also got to ski in Lech, Austria, and ski the Zugspitze in Germany, right above Garmisch. They did a tour of Dachau. The students were quoted as saying that it was a really tough experience to
I've been there.
visit that. And they also said they were grateful to learn this history so that it never happens again. They got to see a cathedral in Munich, got to see culture through locals' eyes. Finances are good for Sister Cities. There's an IX.A sponsored getaway with Sister Cities to Tuscany this summer. Reminder that there's an IX.A business bruncheon on March 11th. Let's see, VI.A, that's VI.A Water and Power Authority. Tom Boyd is our new representative from Eagle County. He was introduced. Ryan Slack was transitioning off. He was our member from Basalt. VI.A is not receiving all of its normal aquatic nuisance program funding because of cuts in federal funding. Also because VI.A is one of the few reservoirs in our state that is not a state park. I was surprised to learn that. So VI.A passed a budget to pay for the ANS program from May through October. The federal government pays the remainder. The new aquatic nuisance station at Loma caught 40 contaminated boats, which dropped VI.A from the year before. VI.A had caught 20 contaminated boats, but because of the new station, that dropped down to 4 last year, which is a huge increase of, or decrease in contaminated boats. We have a new executive director, and she gave a transition update. The predicted Roaring Fork stream flow is 55% of average, and this is most worrying. It's most probable that VI.A will not totally fill this year. It's estimated that it's only going to be 70% full, which means the yacht club will probably not open this year. That's it from VI.A. We also had an APSHA meeting, but we pretty much covered that last night.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Christine?
By APSHA, but
Sam?
Attended a NORDA Council meeting. Just want to let the council and the public know NORDA Council continues to work on snowmaking efforts. There's 2 locations for it that we're potentially looking at, one at the golf course and the other up at near AVSC, near the high school. The golf course is a much easier feasibility-wise because we own the land and water rights there. And with that, we're also doing a major renovation over there as the city looks into the golf department. So there should be a land use submittal targeted for the end Q4 of 2026. And at the high school, we need water from the Aspen Highlands snowmaking system. And it's just a tough ask because we're not the land and water rights owners. The first step there is just to talk to the 5 Trees HOA, since they're going to be a big factor into whether that is even feasible. And lastly, it was just a reminder that snowmaking would be on a case-by-case basis, and just because we have the capabilities doesn't mean we would do snowmaking every year. God willing, we wouldn't have to, or it just wanted to make that known, that if we add it up, we wouldn't necessarily use it. So that is all from NORDA Council.
Thank you.
I unfortunately missed the last RAFTA, so if you wouldn't mind handling that.
I think I mentioned the last draft at the last meeting. So
you may have.
covered on that one. But in general, RAFTA is seeing some declining ridership despite great many efforts and improved service. They're not sure if it's the price of gasoline that is so low and it's more convenient to drive your car. They are believing they're seeing a lot more single occupant vehicle use. The unfortunate story from RAFTA was that they had been given a $4.7 million grant It was a two-part grant, and they used the first part, and it was fully obligated, and they were able to use it. They continue to talk with CDOT and our district engineer. Is that fully obligated? Is it fully obligated? And then they got a call a few days later to say no, well, not a few days later, but towards the end of the sequence, that no, we actually did not get it obligated, and it has been clawed back. So that was an unfortunate loss of $4.7 million for continuing to build out the RAFTA facilities. They said CDOT has just had older obligating procedures that are not matching the current federal government's policy of clawing back everything they can. So there's that. To tag on to John, just so you know, the aquatic species, the mussels, they tend to clog all the water infrastructure and become highly expensive to remove annually once your waterways and your dams are affected. And that's why we're needing to make sure the VI.A. water does not end up with that, especially given our hydropower operations there. This morning I attended the IX.A meeting, the monthly board meeting, and I think the biggest concern among all the businesses represented there are what will the airport closure mean and how will it happen. In particularly, we know the Gantt will be closing for a year to do major renovations to their campus, particularly fire hardening and other items. And they had said that the Little Nell is planning on closing at the same time period for a year for their renovations and upgrades, but that the Gondola Plaza and all those activities will continue forward. A lot of work is being done behind the scenes with the airports for using of the Grand Junction and Eagle airports. The airlines are very interested in keeping their Aspen customers and are being quite responsive to that. So those were kind of some of the major things from the IX.A meeting. As John mentioned, on March 11th, they're having a community-wide breakfast at the Aspen Meadows. Tickets are going fast. If you want to hear the updates and the discussions on multiple policies and issues that affect our community. So there's that. I also was down in Denver on Thursday and Friday for the Colorado Municipal League's legislative conference. That was a chance to meet with legislators and hear a lot of the bills and the issues that are going on. In the course of one session, they will see at least 600 bills. So it gets a little hard to keep track of. But the real challenge for this legislative session is the $1.1 billion budget gap that they are dealing with. Part of that gap that is new because of the big, beautiful bill that passed and the changes to the federal tax code, and Colorado's income tax forms are related to the federal income tax forms. So when the corporations no longer pay in the same level or other high earners to the federal government, that bottom line of taxable income comes over to the Colorado report, and that has created a really large deficit. I was hearing from a former representative and a member of the Joint Budget Committee, Rachel Zenzinger, who said that they literally could close 11 departments in the state budget and it would not equal $1 billion. So they're looking at very significant cuts to very important programs. Additionally, their new forecast for economic future for the year their final one doesn't come out until March. And they are currently anticipating that it's going to show the same decline in sales tax revenue that businesses, because of the snow from the resort communities all the way down to the airports at VI.A and the hotels there, will be suffering. So it might be a much larger gap. That leads me into a final issue that there is the petition drive out there for ballot question 175. It's called Restore Our Roads, Colorado, and bills itself as better roads with no new taxes. But what they're proposing is that all the sales tax that's ever generated from automobile sales, repairs, oil, tire service, windshield wipers, be pulled out of the state general fund and put into the Highway Users Trust Fund, which is currently funded by all your gasoline tax. And Highway User Trust Fund can be used on roads and bridges only, not for mass transit, not for mobility, not for any of the things that have kept our valley going for a long time now. But beyond pulling out that money and putting it into roads, that money traditionally supports things like higher education in Colorado and K through 12 systems and Medicaid reimbursements for rural hospitals. So they do have to gather signatures in every district, every congressional district, because they're trying to make this a constitutional amendment. It will need 55% of the vote to pass. And I'm just trying to create a little awareness of that with the groups that I'm associated with to know, just decline to sign. There really is no free lunch. And it is a rob Peter to pay Paul type of proposal. And certainly with our work on VI.A. and congestion and these things, building roads only is not a solution for communities such as ours or valleys such as ours. So those would be my board reports, and we will now move on to the consent calendar. The first item is resolution number 15, series of 2026, the contract for professional services with Apex Analytics. And Pete, do you want to give us a brief on what that contract is, and then we'll move on to there.
Yeah, essentially, this is a request to use REMP funds that we have dedicated uses to curb greenhouse gas emissions and use that strategically to kind of push along the Aspen area environmental goals for the community, the ASAP program. So I think this includes some code assessment, some projections on energy needs if we move to more of an electrification process for more development, and some infrastructure improvement assessment, and then also an incentive program.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Is there a motion from the board to approve Resolution 1015?
So moved. I'd like to make a comment, though.
Okay, let's get a second.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Comment, please.
Yeah, I enthusiastically support this. I think anything that enhances our resource and infrastructure resilience, which is a goal of this council, is something we should be pursuing. And I think REMP funds are exactly the bucket that these funds should be taken out of, because this fits right into it. So thanks to staff for this.
Thank you, John. Other comments? Bill and then Sam?
Oh, I was going to say, can I offer a friendly amendment to add the draft minutes from February 10th's meeting as well? Or were you trying to do those
I was
separately?
doing them separately. Just
You
in
were?
case, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Bill?
Never mind.
Okay, I'm not supportive of this. Is it an ordinance? Or resolution, I'm sorry. I was not supportive of this direction for electrification in the community. I don't think that it's feasible. I think that the infrastructure investment would be orders of magnitude bigger than anything anyone's contemplating right now to accomplish this. I think that this is money that is not well spent for our community, and that there are better ways that we could advance our goals and make our infrastructure more resilient. So I will not be supporting this.
Thank you, Bill. Did you still want to comment on this? All right. I will comment before we call the question. I agree with John very much. I do think, especially when you see a winter like this, you wonder where climate change is really going, and what we can do for our small part of acting locally to do our share of preventing that. Bill, I can understand your position, but I do think that this report might actually verify some of your concerns and affect the timing and pace of things like that. So I think you may find value in it as well. With that, would you call the roll, please, Mike, on the first resolution there?
Councilor Benedetti?
Yes.
Councilor Doyle?
Yes.
Councilor Guth?
No.
Councilor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards?
Yes. Thank you. And now, is there a motion to approve the draft minutes from February 10th?
So moved.
I'll second.
John, you got it. Okay, thank you very much. Will you call the roll, Mike?
Councilor Benedetti?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards?
Yes. Thank you very much. We have no notice of call-up tonight. We do have a first reading of ordinance. This is ordinance number 6, series of 2026, adoption of the Wildfire Resiliency Code. If we would have a presentation, we had a brief discussion of this at a work session not long ago. Was it last night? And it seems to go pretty fast, but let's hear the little presentation for the public.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bonnie Muhigirwa, I'm the Chief Building Official, here to present the first reading of Ordinance 6, which is the adoption of the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code. A little history on how this code came to be. In 2023, state legislation created a Wildfire Resiliency Code Board that was tasked with creating a hazard map for the state, as well as drafting a code. Further legislation now requires all local governing bodies within the wildland-urban interface to adopt the 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code or equivalent standards no later than April 1st of this year. This code primarily targets structure hardening as well as fuel reduction. The structure hardening has actually been in the Aspen code since 2023, and the state code now reflects a lot of the requirements that Aspen has had in place. These include ignition-resistant requirements for exterior walls, roofs, decking, glazing, doors, and some people might think that this would result in concrete bunkers, that first photo up there, but actually any materials can be used for roofs and walls. They just need to be combined with other materials to achieve that ignition resistance.
And this applies to new construction only and potential alterations. It is not a retroactive code to anyone's home.
Correct. New construction, additions, and then certain alterations would be triggered depending on their scope. New requirements that Aspen has not had in the past are site management requirements to target fuel reduction. This is targeted in various zones on the property. The 0 to 5 feet zone, which we talked about last night, is really important. In this zone, we're looking at only having non-combustible rock, gravel, concrete, or ignition-resistant plantings. There are certain plants that have been approved as ignition-resistant. There's also allowance if there are mature trees existing on site that are at least 10 inches in diameter. Then in the 5 to 30 feet zone, trees are allowed, but they need to be pruned so that they're kept 10 feet clear of the structure. And then a new requirement for fences that are within 8 feet of a structure to be non-combustible or ignition resistant. Staff has made a recommendation for local amendments. This map here shows the hazards that were established by the Wildfire Code Board. They have a lot of the parcels around Aspen marked as either moderate or high hazard, but you can see that most of town is non-classified. Our recommendation is to consider all of the non-classified areas in town, every parcel in town, to be a high hazard and therefore require the structure hardening and site requirements across town. The reasons for this are increased resiliency and also ease in enforcement. We would like to not have to be determining is this parcel high hazard, low hazard, moderate. And it's consistent with our current code for structure hardening, which does apply to all parcels.
Bill?
Thanks. Two questions, Bonnie. One is,
Do you want
are
the map?
the most restrictive elements in the high hazard zones what you just described, the fence, non-combustible materials, the clearance zones, or is there something additional that I should be aware of?
No.
It's what you just described
we
in the
described.
previous slide. Great.
Yes.
And then secondly, have we consulted any insurance experts about whether our classification of these parcels as high hazard zones would have any ramifications for property owners?
The Colorado State Board has been working closely with insurers across the state because they look at such a large aggregate. Things at the local level don't necessarily impact insurance rates, but there are several insurance programs across the state that recognize the measures taken in this code. There are also insurance programs that have slightly higher requirements than what are in the code that developers can abide by and then qualify for certain rates.
Got it. I just don't, I'm concerned that there'd be an unintended consequence of us trying to do better, that the insurance industry says, oh, Aspen has now classified their entire city, including, you know, the most infill areas of downtown as this high hazard zone, and so we're now upgrading this to a more risky category. So if possible, before second reading, if there's some way to just confirm with whoever we can who is an insurance expert to make sure that that's not an unintended risk of this, I'd be super appreciative.
Will do.
Thank you. And, you know, perhaps if that should be the case, we can find a way to make these sort of improvements as part of our code without the designation.
Exactly. And yeah, to be clear, totally supportive of this notion and want to move this forward and
Yeah.
make it happen, just don't want unintended consequences.
And I think the Aspen Fire Department is moving forward with additional modeling, and there will always be continual modeling, but to look at urban spread, wildfire urban spread, and what those factors are, and how to both reduce that and control that. Thank you for those questions. If you want to continue, Bonnie.
Any other questions or comments?
I would just comment that we did have a really nice detailed presentation that would be circulating on Grassroots TV for those who would like to look at this. And it should be noted that concurrent with this are modifications with our tree code and for tree removal. The tree removal code has not been updated in quite a while, but we're making it clear that if there are fire hazard trees that are identified as such, there will be no fee to remove those. There is a permit fee, but there's not the replacement value issue. Other tree removals who might be for development purposes or other purposes will still have their requirements, but they can be mitigated through replanting of more fire-resistant trees and other opportunities. So that is a separate code item that we're looking at as well, and that will be coming forward in the future. So just to let people know, we don't want anyone who might have overplanted 30 years ago to feel totally boxed in by our tree preservation code as a benefit of what an urban forest does give all of our community. Thank you very much. Are there other questions or comments?
John has one.
John?
I'm going to repeat myself. I think anything that enhances resource and infrastructure resilience, which is what this council says is a goal, is something we should be pursuing. So this is great.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve ordinance number 6, series of 2026, adoption of the Colorado Wildfire
Do we need
Resiliency?
to read it? I think we need to read
Oh,
it.
sorry. I always do that.
I'll move to read ordinance 6 on first reading.
Seconded.
Thank you. That puts you on, Mike.
Counselor Benedetti?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards.
Yes.
This is ordinance number 6, series of 2026, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aspen, Colorado, amending Title 8 of the Aspen Municipal Code by adopting the 2025 Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code within the City of Aspen specific amendments.
I'll move to approve ordinance 6 on first reading.
Seconded.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Mike, will you call the roll, please?
Counselor Benedetti?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards.
Yes. Thank you very much. We will now move on to public hearings. The first is ordinance number 4, series of 2026, 504 West Hallam Street, to establish 2 transferable development rights certificates. We have received a request for continuance of that item. I don't know if we need to open the public hearing as part of that, but simply make a motion to continue to a date certain.
Staff is recommending you continue it to March 10, 2026.
Okay.
I'll move to continue this to March 10th, 2026.
Second.
Seconded by Christine. She beat you. And thank you. Will you call the roll, please?
Counselor Benedetti?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards.
Yes. Thank you very much. We will now get to the main attraction, ordinance number 5, series of 2026, 845 Meadows Road, Aspen Meadows Affordable Housing Project, Major Plan Development Amendment, Project Review, Use Variance, Growth Management Quota System, Affordable Housing Credits, Transportation and Parking Management, and other associated reviews. I will be brief in my comments. Just as I said before, we want to keep this as a respectful and constructive dialogue to try to find solutions and move things forward. You can see the pile of public comments we've received, the staff information we've received, the site visit that we all attended yesterday. So we're very familiar with a lot of these issues. And I want to just say there's not one side that outweighs the other. As much as the institutes and the music festival and the physics center have been items that I've been to programs at over the time and how much they contribute to our community, the neighbors in the West End and others who are either living there and concerned about some of the impacts they've experienced and anticipate in the future, or those who are housing advocates who are concerned about different aspects. This is a process where we need to find the greatest common good for all of us, and all of us reach a little bit of compromise. And I'm hopeful that through this process, we're able to achieve that. Those will be my comments, and Ben, go forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Ben Anderson, Community Development Director. I'm going to make some brief comments as well, just about the process and how we got to this point we are at this moment. And then I'll turn things over to the applicant team for their presentation and your time with them and answering any questions that you might have with them. You know, I want to just say for council's benefit and for the community's benefit, this is obviously a project with a lot of interest. It's been a project of interest to staff. We received this application in fall of 2024. It was a big application. It was obviously a unified application across the 3 nonprofits on this plan development that they share. They're on different parcels of ownership, but they're all underneath the umbrella plan development that governs the larger Meadows property. When we do a plan development, I don't think that there would be many people that would say that our review process is light. And the admissions requirements are light. And I want to, thank the applicant team for, a very significant application that is clear was given a lot of thought and a lot of coordination across the 3 entities that put forward the proposal. It's a complex application. It's a complex property. It's a property with a complex land use history. All 3 of these entities have done different things on their property over time that, are part of the consideration about the total amount of activity that's happening on the property. But a plan development is an interesting thing, and Aspen in its history has done a lot of plan developments all over town. And without getting too much into the weeds in terms of technical planning talk, across town we have underlying zoning. And then when we find reason to do so, there's a plan development overlay that goes over the top of it that gives some degree of flexibility and specific land use approvals, both in terms of use or dimension, to the built environment that's happening on that parcel. And again, plan developments are a pretty common planning tool across communities in this country, but Aspen's done a lot of them, and this is one of our bigger ones in town. And I say that because I do think when staff evaluates a project like this, and we go through the land use code, and we look at the previous plan development approvals, we're looking at across the land use code, but we're also looking at previous plan development approvals and, you know, how we understand the intent of the activity on those parcels, the development intensity that's on those parcels. But we're also looking at the underlying zoning, what the underlying zoning intended. And so, you know, I think as we go through this process tonight, you're going to hear a lot of discussion from the applicant. You're going to hear a lot of discussion from staff. And, you know, I think rightfully we're hearing a lot of comment from neighbors who live in proximity to this proposal. But I do want to say that since we received that application in October of 2024, maybe even late September of 2024, you know, there was a significant initial staff review. We provided a set of comments back to the applicant. The applicant took those comments, went and did some redesign on the property, particularly around utilities and some other issues, and then came back to us with a revised application. And again, staff reviewed that application against those things that I just mentioned, the underlying zoning, regulations in the land use code that are current, that may have changed since these projects got their original plan development. And so, you know, our review are against those criteria. And whether it's about parking, whether it's about transportation, whether it's about the use of the property, whether it's about the specific types of affordable housing that are being proposed on these projects, those things have all been very carefully considered by staff within the requirements of the land use code, within the requirements of the property's plan development approved previously. So I just think that any project that has had eyes on it, both in terms of staff, obviously a ton of thought on the applicants in coming up with the design of their project, and I think also of their neighbors and evaluating the project. There's been a lot of eyes on this project, and a lot of time, a lot of consideration, a lot of reflection, a lot of application of the code. So I just want to say that because I do think that we've received some comments from the public that suggest that this hasn't been given the appropriate time and attention or review or consideration. From staff's view, both from the applicant team, from staff, and I think in consideration of you know, neighbor comments that we started receiving, you know, as soon as we received the application, going back now 16 months or so ago. So anyway, I just wanted to kind of make those comments as the discussion starts this evening, that this is a project that I think everybody who's involved in has given an immense amount of time in thinking about how it kind of serves these institutions ultimately, but also how it responds to the review criteria and the expectations of the larger Aspen community. So with that, I'll turn things over to the applicant team for their presentation, but I do think it was important to make note of that. The only other thing I would say, and I meant to say this a little earlier, if this project is approved by ordinance this evening, or likely not this evening at a future meeting, that'll be step one of the approval for these projects. They will then, at some point, either collectively or individually at some point in the future, come back and apply for some of the detailed review by Planning and Zoning Commission at a later date. And I just wanted to say that, yes, if this were approved by ordinance, there will be, you know, development rights that sort of come along with that. But in terms of getting towards a building permit or something else, there is one more step in the land use process that would be necessary for any or all of these projects.
Thank you, Ben. And please come up and set up and get yourself ready.
Ms. Mayor, before you begin,
Yes.
I need to make some clarifying remarks for the record.
Okay.
First, I just want to note that that council attended a site visit on February 23rd. That was noticed. We have, and I will ensure that the record the record includes the documents provided to you all at that site visit, because you were each given some description and detail documents, and those were also made available to the public. I also just, Councilmember Rose mentioned that he had attended a open house on this issue during the summer, and I just wanted to follow up on that so that there's no questions left on the record. Generally speaking, in these quasi-judicial matters, your decision as council should be based on only the information you hear during the public meeting. That includes the public comments you hear tonight and the ones that have been submitted for the record. I just wanted to follow up, and Councilmember Rose and I have had a conversation about this. I just wanted to say that he did indicate he could commit to me to decide this application only on what is presented here tonight. And he's shaking his head yes. I'll just ask that you confirm
Yes.
that for the record. And that he can be fair and impartial in this case, and that nothing in that prior discussion that he attended will prevent him from being fair and impartial in this matter tonight. Is that accurate? Yes. Thank you.
Can I add one thing?
Yeah.
I'll reiterate a disclosure that I've made before, but Bart Johnson, who's representing somebody, I don't even know who, in this matter, is a longtime attorney of mine. We've never discussed this case. I don't have anything to do with it. Just wanted to put that out there.
And thank you, and I will note that for purposes of our land use code and our ethical code, that does not disqualify you from hearing this matter and voting and participating in it.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, I think all of us have attended a function of one or another or all of these institutions. Thank you.
Ready? Okay, great.
Ready?
Thank you, council, staff, members of the community who are here tonight. We are really excited to share with you the proposal for affordable housing on the Aspen Meadows campus. My name is Jessica Garrow. I am a principal with Design Workshop. I'm going to run through a few slides, and then each of the partners will introduce themselves and share some remarks. And then I have additional slides that go through the details of the application. So this is a project that brings the Aspen Institute, the Aspen Music Festival and School, and the Aspen Center for Physics together to amend the Aspen Meadows planned development. At the core of this project, it is about housing the Aspen idea. These three organizations are quintessential to what makes Aspen Aspen, and are part of the core groups that were the embodiment and the start of the Aspen idea. It is really important for these organizations to be able to have secure housing, to maintain the amazing community-focused program, the thought leadership, the musical leadership that they are able to provide to our community and internationally. So as I said, this project is really focused on supporting and sustaining the Aspen idea now and into the future. These three local nonprofits provide cultural, musical, scientific, and intellectual benefit to our community. And without housing for employees, interns, faculty, and participants, these organizations will struggle to continue to have a place here. The Aspen Area Community Plan talks a lot about the Aspen idea. It's the first chapter in the Aspen Area Community Plan, and it talks about the importance of public sector, private sector, nonprofits, individuals, and key organizations really working together to foster and support the Aspen idea. And so that's why these organizations have come together to address this really important issue. The proposal represents one of the largest employer-sponsored housing developments in the city of Aspen. These nonprofits are using land that they own to provide housing for their employees, their staff, their participants. As Ben had mentioned, this is a combined planned development. And so the partners have come forward together to address this issue together and amend the Aspen Meadows planned development. They have a shared campus, and so we've thought about this project from both an individual parcel and organizational basis, as well as the larger campus basis, and so you'll hear about that in our presentation. So I'm going to quickly turn to our three housing partners, starting with Dan Porterfield with the Aspen Institute, and then we will go to Jenny Brown Elliott from the Aspen Music Festival and School, and then Evelyn Gates with the Aspen Center for Physics. And you can see on this slide how long these organizations have been in our community and the many benefits that they provide. But I'll turn it next to Dan.
Thank you, Jessica, and thank you to the council members for your principled and solutions-oriented leadership. I come to you this evening not as a developer. I'm proudly here as the leader of the Aspen Institute, which, as Jessica said, is a nonprofit organization founded 76 years ago in this valley to ignite human potential, to build understanding and promote new possibilities for a better world. The fact is, we have come to a crossroads. Like so many of Aspen's wonderful nonprofits, schools, and small businesses, we've reached a point where, to remain viable, our organization must provide new affordable housing options for our employees, and certainly, to say it in plain English, in a spirit of partnership with and respect for our neighbors and neighborhood. This housing crisis is severe. Across the region, the cost of buying or renting housing continues to skyrocket. As a result, many of our people-serving staff commute from as far away as Parachute or Rifle, while other staff simply leave us because they can no longer afford to live here. And some gifted, good-hearted people who would bring so much to our shared civic life regretfully turn down our job offers once they grasp the breathtaking cost of housing. That's why we propose to create and maintain 13 thoughtfully designed, deed-restricted units on land, as Jessica said, that we already own. This will provide quality housing for up to 26 full-time, part-time, and intern staff who deliver our 76-year-old nonprofit mission. This project won't meet our entire need, but it's a big step that we respectfully ask you to support in support of our people, our mission, our neighborhood, and the greater Aspen community. As part of this effort, we are requesting 14.75 housing credits, since these units are being built specifically for staff. These credits will help us meet existing mitigation requirements related to past campus improvements, including the construction of the Resnick Center for Herbert Bayer Studies and the renovations of the Walter Isaacson Center and the Betcher Building, and will also help offset the overall cost of building this housing. We've designed the project with care, taking into account thoughtful community feedback. The Bauhaus-style architecture that we propose honors the heritage of the Aspen Meadows campus. The scale and landscaping are aligned with the West End neighborhood. The project includes trail connections, improved access, and additional parking, most of it underground. This housing is not for commercial gain. It's for the women and men who host our guests, who plan our convenings, who care for our campus, and who serve the greater Aspen community through many free offerings. Some of those free offerings include our community lectures on women's health and environmental resilience, our poetry workshops in schools all across the region, the cultural programs of the Bayer Center, which honor Aspen's founding, the Hearst Community Initiative, which invests in community leaders, local leaders, all across the region. More than a few of our staff have already asked us when their dream to live on campus might become a reality. Our partners on the Aspen Meadows campus, the Aspen Music Festival and School, the Aspen Center for Physics, are advancing similar efforts, and we're proud to be part of a coalition animated by the Aspen Idea, which is a vision of this town as a special place where intellect, creativity, community, and communion with nature all thrive. Together, our three nonprofits contribute to the cultural vitality, the year-round economy, the civic fabric, and the neighborliness of this town. But we cannot keep doing so if good citizens who make nonprofit wages and revere this community are priced out of housing or pushed many miles away. This is so much more than a housing project. It's an investment in our people and this place, providing stable, dignified, affordable housing for the people who deliver our mission is a direct expression of our calling to be good stewards of both the Institute and the community we call home. We thank you for your consideration of our proposal.
Thank you.
Hi. Mayor, council members, and especially city staff, thanks for taking the time to read and study all of this to get ready for tonight. I'm Jenny Elliott. I'm the Vice President for Special Projects at the Aspen Music Festival and School. The Aspen Music Festival and School started in 1949 with the Goethe Bicentennial. By 51, musicians were not only returning to Aspen, but they were bringing their students with them. The most relevant point about these early days is not that people came for the summer, but that back then, everyone stayed in the Hotel Jerome. So since we can't put everyone in the Hotel Jerome anymore, we're constantly looking for places to put all of our people year-round or just in the summer. AMFS has always been part of the Aspen community. Our staff have lived here. Our faculty have decades-long relationships with locals. Our students can be found playing on the malls, playing at parties, playing at weddings. We're not only a part of the Aspen economy, but we're one of the biggest economic drivers. A 2019 study funded by IX.A found that the arts and culture sector created $450 million of economic impact in Pekin County. As we drive economic activity, we also give back with free events, free lawn seating, and teaching strings, chorus, and guitar to students up and down the Roaring Fork Valley. The biggest risk for the Aspen Music Festival at this point is not aging audiences or inflation or even changes to the tax code. It's housing. We need to be able to house our community to remain a vital part of Aspen. Our summer community includes over 680 people, including students, summer staff, faculty, and year-round staff. We have a history with the city of Aspen of building housing, including Merle Ranch and Burlingame housing. Our staff and faculty have always been able to find free market housing, but now since COVID, that is no longer a reality. Now we need to expand the inventory under our control to house the people that help us do what we want to do. Lack of housing has also changed our programming and how we do business. In 2022, post-pandemic, we decreased our enrollment by 80 students, an entire orchestra, because we couldn't find housing for them in the valley. As we hire new staff, we have difficulty encouraging them to come live in our valley, and many choose to work remotely to save on housing costs. Many of our faculty members and summer staff now live in Snowmass or Basalt, and they are contributing to that traffic problem coming up the valley every morning. Our number one priority in housing is our year-round staff. That is what we're focusing on in all of our housing that we're working on. Any units that aren't used by year-round staff will be used for summer staff or faculty. Having units with the flexibility to use for either summer or year-round is an important part of our housing program. As we've been developing plans to solve our housing problem, we started by looking at our own land and looking at things that are within our control. So in addition to the project that's before you today, we're already under construction for some housing out at the Bucksbaum campus on Castle Creek. We're building 6 units out there. It should be ready by the fall. We've also purchased 2 free market units down valley that we're currently housing year-round staff. While our housing need is large, we're pursuing a multi-pronged approach of build, buy, rent, partner, whatever we can do to solve the problem. At the Meadows, we've designed a project that fits the property and fits into the West End while still supporting our program. So we look forward to working with all of you to come up with a solution for these things and work with our partners at the Institute and Physics. And a big thank you to Design Workshop. I got to throw that in. Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, thank you to Mayor Richards and the council for hearing all of us tonight. It's a pleasure and honor to be here, and I want to thank the audience as well, because I know that this is people giving a lot of their time to comment on something that's really important to the entire community. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Evelyn Gates. I am on the Board of Trustees of the Physics Center, but I'm also a physicist, and I've been coming to programs at the Physics Center since 1991. So I heard your year earlier.
We were both children then.
Yeah, very young. And my husband and I are now full-time residents of the Roaring Fork Valley. And we're here because, of course, of the mountains and the hiking, but also because of the center, the Institute, and the music festival. I mean, this is a very unique place. I want to spend just a little bit of time on the Physics Center itself because I think it's probably the least known among the institutions. We were founded in 1961, and to be honest, we are unique in the physics community. We are a catalyst. You bring together these great, energetic young scientists and more, sedate, older scientists. You put them together in this incredible environment, and what has come out of here happens nowhere else in the world. And I have been around the globe to physics conferences. So every summer, we have over 1,000 physicists come from around the world to participate in our programs. And they're very unique programs. So we have, focused sessions, very informal chalk talks on science. But a huge amount of the time is devoted to thinking. And for that, the thinking is to be part of the community and to be in the location where we are. We sit under the aspen trees, we sit under the picnic tables, and a little personal note, there is nothing better than sitting under the trees working on some dark matter equations and listening to the Emperor Concerto float over the air from the rehearsal for that evening's performance. It just gets your mind going in an incredible way. So we are very cognizant of how unique that location is and how wonderful the neighborhood is, and we want to make sure that we're good neighbors and keeping it that way along with our fellow institutes. We love also reaching out to the community. Physicists, you can see me after the talk, you can get us talking about our science to anybody, anytime, but we're very proud of the fact that we have free public lectures every week in the summer and 8 weeks in the winter. We have had high school students, my next door neighbor down Valley, spent a summer working as an intern through our programs. We partner with other nonprofits, including our neighbors, but ACEs and the library program. And more recently, we have monthly articles in the Aspen Daily News. So we're trying to make sure that we feel like we are part of this community, and we want the community to feel that the Physics Center is something that also belongs to them. But like everyone else, we're facing these really incredibly serious housing challenges, and it is impacting our programs. We are hearing from people who cannot afford to come. So when we started in 1991, my family, had 3 young children at the time, we were put up at condos around the city that the center rented. And it was just an amazing thing. One of my favorite memories is walking from our condo over to the Physics Center through the West End. And it was a wonderful way to get from the chaos of breakfast with 3 little ones to thinking about physics and the things that I did at the center. But like everyone else, especially since COVID, we can no longer afford to rent a lot of the condos in town, and we can't find enough that are available because summers have become wonderfully more lively here, but that makes it more difficult for us. And all of our participants are here on grant funding, and we're on grant funding, so there is not money to really afford some of the other housing. We have an incredible staff, but it's very small, and right now they do not need the housing that our sister organizations are going to be able to provide. So we are looking for housing to support between 1/2 and 2/3 of our participants during the summer. We will continue to look for what housing we can rent through the city. But right now, for the last several summers, we've been putting a significant number of our participants up at Snowmass, which means they have to drive to and from town. So by building on-site housing, we will go back to having very little traffic associated with the center at all. Let's see, our last slide shows a little bit about numbers. I absolutely love numbers, and this gives you a sense of the impact that we've had on the world of physics, but I don't want to underestimate the impact that we've tried to have on the community and that the community has had on us. We feel like every summer I was here with my kids, we were part of Aspen. And Heron Park and Carl's Pharmacy will always be part of our family history, so a wonderful thing. And I just want to end by saying that the Aspen Center for Physics is a small but mighty catalyst for great science and great scientists. It is also a key pillar of the Aspen idea of mind, body, and spirit, and it is one of the kind in the world. Those of us who have been part of the center for decades understand the impact it has had on science and on the Aspen community, and we know the importance of the contributions it can make going forward. We highly, highly value this place, our corner, our small, quiet corner of Aspen, and the community that we love, and we just want to ensure that the Physics Center can continue to thrive going forward into the future and have the impact that we know it can. Thank you.
Great. So want to next go through our land use proposal. We thought it was important to understand a little bit about who these organizations are, but now what are the details of the proposal? So some of our key goals in this project were to really take cues from the neighborhood and seek to maintain neighborhood character as well as campus character, focusing on sustainability when we think about transportation systems as well as building systems, maintaining access to trails and open space, and really reducing the impacts of transportation by having people able to stay and live on site. And that results in a significant anticipated trip reduction. Ben mentioned the long process we've been through. That did include some community engagement even before we submitted an application in 2024. We've really wanted to understand what our neighbors, what the larger community think about the idea of housing here. And we heard a lot of encouraging feedback through that process. And so we have taken that and really worked through those community comments as well as the many staff comments to update the application to what is in front of you today. So within the overall neighborhood area, there are a number of different zone districts, and I think it's important to understand what are those underlying zone districts. Again, how are we taking the cues from the neighborhood? So each of the areas of development are in the blue areas that are zoned academic. This is a limited zone district within the city of Aspen. It is here and at ACES, and it's really about kind of fostering the idea of academic advancement, intellectual advancement. It requires that your dimensions are set through a planned development, and that is part of why there is a planned development overlay at the Meadows campus. There are also some areas on campus that are in a wildlife preservation or open space area. I want to be really clear, no development is proposed in those areas. Development is only proposed on those areas in the academic zone district. Within the broader context of this portion of the West End, we have some other residential land uses. So single-family zones, R6 and R15, are to the east, west, and south. And then we actually have some multifamily development as well, tucked up in kind of the northwest corner of the campus. And so a broad context within the overall neighborhood. There is no identified height limit within the academic zone district, but there's a height limit of 25 feet in the R6 and R15 zones and 32 feet in the multifamily zone. And so we've used that to take cues when we talk about the overall mass and scale of the development. So the proposal includes 13 units in one building at the Aspen Institute, as well as an expanded parking garage there. It includes 13 units in a number of small buildings at the Aspen Music Festival and School, with maintaining all of the parking spaces that exist in that public lot and adding new parking for the housing units. And then we have 34 units proposed at the Aspen Center for Physics in about 8 buildings, 3 along North Street and the remaining at the rear of the campus on the north side of the campus. 6 new parking spaces are proposed there. So there's a total of 46 new parking spaces between the 3 projects that are proposed before you. So go in a little bit more detail for each of the proposals themselves. So first is the Aspen Institute. North is now over towards the left-hand side of the page, given the kind of site conditions. There's an existing garage entry that is maintained here, and existing tennis courts that will remain in place. From there, the proposed development is in this area. Subgrade, we would expand the garage in order to provide parking spaces for the housing units, as well as space for essential public facility space, which is a category in the land use code. Here it is engineering offices, and so those offices would be located subgrade, and there's parking that's provided for those as well. There's an existing at-grade clay tennis court that would be removed, and a maintenance facility that is removed and moved into the basement, into that subgrade garage expansion. This is a view of the proposed development coming up Meadows Road. Really importantly, there is no proposed change to Meadows Road as part of this proposal. So there's existing parking that is allowed on that road, no change to that parking. We are proposing an updated trail access here with some signage and then a crosswalk to help connect to the Meadows Trail across. And we have some slides that go into a little bit more detail on trails, so I'll save some of those anecdotes for those slides. But you can see it is a 2-story building. This is a closer view of that architecture, really seeking to blend in with the overall campus aesthetic and the neighbor aesthetic. This is a view from Amy's Meadow, and so you can see the existing tennis courts that exist here, and this is where the proposed housing is located. And so with the change in topography as well as anticipated landscaping, it has a really minimal impact from what is there today. Today you can see the maintenance facility in that location. So overall dimensions proposed for the Aspen Institute, a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, a total of 13 of those units. Provides housing for 29.75 FTEs under the calculations in the land use code. And we are requesting housing credits for 14.75 of those. So not all of those FTEs we're asking for as housing credits, but it's a really important part of the overall ability of the Aspen Institute to deliver these from a financial perspective. It's part of that consideration. This is a 2-story building, and it measures under the neighboring 25-foot height limit. It measures at 23.5 feet. We are anticipating some mechanical and solar panels. Those would all comply with the code limitations related to height. As I mentioned, some new essential public facility space is located in the basement. It's just about 7,000 square feet of space. That's a relocation of existing maintenance facilities as well as engineering space. So we do not believe that there will be an increase in the number of employees based off of that space increase, but we've committed to, and it's included in the ordinance, commitment for an audit of employees following occupancy, standard condition that the Institute has had on other projects. There's a total of 124 parking spaces. 25 of those are new parking spaces. Also included are 24 golf parking spaces in the subgrade garage. The golf carts are used to move people around campus, and wanted to create a space for those to be located in a kind of safer and out-of-mind way. Another piece of this application is a minor change at the Walter Isaacson Center. There was an approval a few years ago for an expansion here, and there is a skylight in this location. It is clear after a few years of occupancy that it is not only just a tripping hazard, but it is creating significant water damage within the building. And so we've included in the dimensional table, enclosing that and making that a deck space, which is 144 square feet expansion of deck, but that is also part of this request and in the ordinance. I'll next move to the Aspen Music Festival and School. Really importantly, within the original Meadows approvals is a requirement for 274 parking spaces. Those are maintained as part of this proposal. The way that we do that is we move the parking further to the north, not going into the open space boundary, but moving up near that, and reconfiguring for kind of better functionality as you drive through and ability to park. So you can see a mix of small buildings along Gillespie and then up kind of along the alignment of 4th if 4th Street continued. We are proposing one more single-family style home here with a garage. So between the parking in the garage and the new housing parking up in this location, there are 15 parking spaces. The code requires 1 parking space per unit, so the Aspen Institute is meeting that parking requirement, and the Aspen Music Festival and School is actually exceeding that requirement with their 15 spaces and 13 units. An important adjustment to this site as part of this proposal is we are abandoning this access point that is right here that causes some pedestrian and car conflict today. It's where Roaring Fork Drive, Gillespie, and 3rd Street all come together, and there's an access point into the current parking area. That is removed and proposed to be relocated and aligned with 4th Street. And we've done an additional traffic study and analysis to understand what are any potential impacts, and Jacobs Engineering and Fair and Pierce have determined that there is not a net increase in safety issues, that it is kind of a net wash, if you will, on that location. The other piece of this is we are moving the northern access point that exists today a little bit further to the north, and that is intended as a bus lane to enable a bus to loop through and take advantage of an expanded and updated bus shelter. We thought it was really important to understand what's the overall context here. This is really kind of a core part right on the edge of the Aspen Meadows campus and then moving into the West End neighborhood. The individual buildings that are proposed here are between about 500 square feet and 1,600 square feet. The average square foot of the neighboring homes surrounding it are about 3,700 square feet. And so they are consistent with or less than the massing that you see in the immediate area surrounding these housing units. Here you can see a view of the project from the corner of 3rd and Gillespie. And this is a view from the 4th Street area. So additional new pedestrian connection to really align with 4th Street, and some new sidewalk and trail infrastructure here as well. So looking at the overall dimensions, 13 units, a mix of studio 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, housing a total of 24 FTEs. Requesting housing credits for some of those, not as specific as the Aspen Institute has asked, but understanding that the use of housing credits can only be done when it is housing a full-time working resident, and so only a portion of the units would potentially qualify here, and we can talk more about that. So 9 buildings to break up the overall mass, 1 and 2 stories, and at the highest point, not the actual technical measurement, but at the highest point, it's 25 feet 2 inches for the buildings. For Aspen Center for Physics, I mentioned 3 buildings proposed along North Street. These have a garage and would provide 2 parking spaces. There's 2 units in each of these buildings and 2 parking spaces provided, meeting that code requirement. And you can see the driveway entries here. And then at the back of the site, there is an existing building approximately in this location that's proposed for demolition. That includes library, conference space, and 7 offices. Those would be relocated, no net increase in that essential public facility space. But that would be relocated to Building 5. This is also where we're proposing dormitory units. And the remaining are proposed studio 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. The existing parking area with 20 spots is maintained. And similarly, we thought it was important to look at the neighborhood context. So these units along North Street are about 2,100 square feet, and the neighboring homes in this area are about 4,000 square feet in size. So really trying, again, to be consistent or less than the character within that immediate area, understanding that we're right next to those R6 zone district areas. This is an image of North Street, you can see here. And then this is an image looking back from the music tent towards the proposed housing. And so you can see here anticipation of additional landscaping to help screen those buildings. Again, all of that in the academic zone district, nothing in the open space or Sage Meadow. So the total dimensions here, 34 units, a mix of studio 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, as well as a 6-bedroom dormitory unit that also would have common laundry facilities that are available for the residents. 8 buildings to break up the overall mass. These are all 2 stories in height, 22 feet in height. Maintaining those 20 parking spaces and adding 6 new parking spaces, as well as a number of multimodal improvements, which I'll share in a few additional slides. So overall picture is included here. There were a number of questions at first reading and as well as from the Planning Commission and in public comment about who is living in these units. And so we wanted to highlight the similarities and differences between each of the organizations. You heard each of them speak a little bit of a different need for each organization. Really importantly, all of these housing units will have an APSHA deed restriction. They will be deed restricted, they are not short-term rentals, and they are not available on the free market. So for the Aspen Institute, priority number 1, full-time, part-time, seasonal, and visa staff. These are employees at the Aspen Institute campus. For the Aspen Music Festival and School, full-time and part-time staff, as well as faculty and program participants. And for the Aspen Center for Physics, their academic program participants and families. The next layer down for both Aspen Institute and Aspen Music Festival and School is that they would be made available to the other partners. So thinking about from not just the individual partner, but the broader campus perspective, continuing to work together to make sure that these units are occupied and being used for really the intention, which is to support the academic programming and staffing here on campus. For the Aspen Center for Physics, as Evelyn mentioned, their existing staff, which is 4.5 FTEs, have secure housing. But if that changes in the future, that would be a priority, and that would be the next level of who would be housed here. For Aspen Institute and Aspen Music Festival and School, the next would be being available to Pitkin County nonprofit employees, again, employees. Aspen Center for Physics making it available to the other partners. And then if you go through 1, 2, and 3 for Aspen Institute and Aspen Music Festival and School, it would then be made available for other Pitkin County employers and for Aspen Center for Physics to other Pitkin County nonprofits. So each organization, we've worked really hard with the APSHA staff to be very clear within both the ordinance and any potential deed restrictions that this is outlined for clarity as we move into the future. So these are APSHA governed deed restrictions. They have specific minimum rental periods, so 3 months for the Aspen Institute and Aspen Music Festival and School. and 1 to 5 weeks is a typical rental period for the Aspen Center for Physics. All of these deed restrictions match standard APSHA requirements for either full-time or seasonal rental units. There's also language prohibiting these to be used as short-term rentals. That's a specifically defined term in the land use code. And so we've linked to that. They are not short-term rentals. They are housing for the academic programming and employees that are on campus. All of the rents would be tied to the APSHA guidelines with flexibility. So this is similar to other employer-owned units. These will be maintained in ownership by the partners and rented out. And so if one year there is a staff at a Category 5 level, it would be rented to them at a Category 5 level. If the next year there's staff at a Category 2 level, it would be rented to them at a Category 2 level, but always tied to the APSHA guidelines and restrictions. We know there were some additional questions about the Aspen Center for Physics, and so we wanted to try to clarify that. ACP programming is on campus 35 weeks out of the year. That's 67% of the time. And there will be moments in time where there is not programming, and that's why we ran through what is the priority and who else would be living at these in these units. And so the intention is that these are for the Aspen Center for Physics participants, but then it goes through that other prioritization for the remaining weeks of the year. We wanted to talk a little bit about transportation. We know that there's been a lot of comments about that. It came up quite a bit in our community engagement as well as at the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time going through the details here. And we take transportation and the impacts to the neighborhood really seriously. And it is part of why we really believe in this housing project. It's not necessarily just about housing residents. It also has a transportation impact for the positive. So we worked with Jacobs Engineering to understand what would the impact of people being able to live on campus and work on campus have to peak hour trips. So you can see a 51% reduction in peak hour trips at the Aspen Institute, a 54% peak hour trip reduction at the Aspen Music Festival and School, and a 66% peak trip reduction at the Aspen Center for Physics. This is because people will no longer need to commute from as far as Parachute or Rifle, or commute in from the town of Snowmass Village, going through the entrance to Aspen, and coming in for work or participation. And so that important linkage of housing and transportation really can't be understated. And we've really leaned into the idea of multimodal improvements here to further reinforce that. So from a trail and connectivity perspective, there are a number of existing trails on campus, and we have worked to find opportunities to improve that. So on this slide, the areas that are in gray are existing trail and sidewalk areas that have an access easement, a public access easement. They're dedicated as trail. The area in green, these are kind of informal pathways that exist today that we are proposing to have a formal dedicated trail easement. So that includes a connection across the Sage Meadow into the Aspen Center for Physics property, and then over across the racetrack connecting to the Aspen Institute housing. These are informal paths today, but we would dedicate those as official trail easements. Those areas, because they are in open space and different conservation areas, would be soft surface and minimum in size to really limit those impacts. There is an existing trail here that does not have an access easement, and so we would formalize that here. We also are adding sidewalk infrastructure at the Aspen Music Festival and School to make sure that that connection can be formalized, and then as well along Gillespie here. There is an existing trail at Physics that we are proposing a relocation for that is along North Street and up to 6th Street. And this is a zoomed in version of that. There's kind of an interesting entitlement history, I would say, for the trail. So there is a approval from 1994 that created Smart Hall. And that was built over a trail easement that existed here, and it appears that that trail easement was not formally vacated as part of the 1994 approval. On the 1994 approval for Smart Hall, there is a small footpath, and that is in this purple line here that shows where a new trail might be. What exists on site today is in this gray area. And so this is how people are accessing through the parcel. As part of this proposal, we have proposed an alignment that is in green that is located within the right-of-way. The North Street right-of-way is quite large, and this location enables us to preserve some trees and have space between both the pavement in the road and the front porches of these proposed housing units. There were also some questions about parking, which I've touched on a number of slides, but quick highlights. 46 on-site parking spaces are added, with some parking added at all three of the areas. There are some street parking spaces that are removed as part of the project, and so we wanted to talk a little bit about that to answer some of those questions. So there are no changes to street parking on Meadows Road as part of the proposal. There are, at the Aspen Center for Physics, a total of 6 parking spaces proposed for removal on the street, and 6 would be maintained. The reason for that is creating a larger bulb out at the driveway entries to support pedestrian safety, pedestrian infrastructure. Those bulb outs could be removed, and that would gain us an additional 3 spaces, and so we would only lose 3 parking spaces on North Street if we wanted to decrease that pedestrian infrastructure as part of those bulb outs. There are a lot of other ways to slice potential parking here. You could do head-in parking that would accommodate 22 parking spaces here. It would remove additional trees. You could also consider adding parking along 6th Street, which would require, again, additional removal of trees, but there's about 5 spaces that could be included on 6th Street. So we've proposed what we think is the most responsible way to address the mix of parking and transportation improvements. And then similarly, there are 4 spaces proposed that would be lost on Gillespie as part of the reconfiguration of the 4th Street access point. 17 spaces would be retained there. We could, again, get rid of the bulb out, the larger bulb out that's supportive of pedestrian safety and pedestrian infrastructure, and that would reduce the number of spaces removed there. There's likely room in the right-of-way on 3rd Street for some parallel parking, but again, given all of the streets that come in together there, we didn't think it was the responsible thing to do to propose additional parking on 3rd Street. So I think we're really flexible and want to make sure that we are doing the right thing by the neighborhood when it comes to parking and transportation. And so welcome your comments, but have really tried to put forward the most responsible application. The other piece of transportation is requirements related to trip generation. So the city was really innovative a number of years ago and implemented a transportation impact analysis program that requires development to understand and calculate how many trips are generated. And we have used that tool to create mitigation for each of these parcels, each project, as well as thinking about the campus overall. So this includes expansion of EV charging stations and WeCycle and trail dedication at Aspen Institute. It includes updated bus infrastructure new parking spaces, new bike parking, and updated WeCycle at the music tent. It includes a significant focus on alternative transportation at the Aspen Center for Physics. So all told, there are 60.6 trips generated through the city's calculation. We are mitigating 139.1. So we are mitigating 78.5 more trips than are generated based off of the requirements and the detailed analysis that the city code requires us to go through. So we really believe that this is a transportation and a transit-focused, multimodal-focused project, really to mitigate some of those impacts. We know there's questions, particularly at Aspen Center for Physics. There are 34 parking units that are required by the code for the proposed units. We are providing that in a mix of on-site parking as well as mobility improvements. In addition, there are a number of things that you don't get credit for that are not recognized within the transportation impact analysis. And we talked quite a bit with Planning and Zoning Commission about those, and we're asking those to be considered as part of how we are mitigating for the parking units that are provided in the code. So we've got 6 parking spaces here at the North Street units. We have 2 EV parking spaces here that are available for rent for the people who are staying on campus in the Aspen Center for Physics housing. They would have access to electric vehicles if they needed to use a car. There's an existing 150 bike fleet, and we're proposing updated repair facilities. So these would be updated as part of this project, and that accommodates and helps address those the desire to move around by bike. And then we have significant access and proximity to pedestrian connections, the Crosstown Shuttle, and WeCycle here. And so really trying to think broadly about how do we address transportation, that it's not just about providing a parking space, and it's not just about providing a check to the city as a cash in lieu payment, that it is really thoughtfully considered as what is going to be the most impactful in a positive way for this site, the campus, and the neighborhood. An important piece of this is that the Aspen Center for Physics is committed to longer than required monitoring for their transportation program. They are only required 3 years worth of monitoring. They're proposing 7 years of monitoring to make sure that the things that we are saying here are actually coming to fruition into the future. I'm not going to spend too much time here. We can come back to it if you have questions. This is some of the access changes that are proposed as part of the Aspen Music Festival and School project. So there's a change, as I mentioned, to the alignment with 4th Street, that would be a 2-way access point into the reconfigured parking garage, or excuse me, surface parking area. We've heard the community comments, we've heard from Planning and Zoning Commission about wanting to understand what is the potential impact of this change. And so we've gone, again, above and beyond what is required in the code to understand traffic and parking analysis. So that's been with Fair and Peers as well as with Jacobs Engineering. And that is included in your packet. What is important to really understand from that analysis is that there was no correlation between volume or speed of vehicles and accident history. This is kind of a snapshot of the accidents in the West End overall, as well as vehicle speeds. Jacobs Engineering does not project an increased risk to pedestrians or bicycles if the access point is changed from 3rd Street to 4th. They found that there's really varied enforcement of existing parking requirements, and that the street parking here in the neighborhood is often and most typically used for construction and home services, in addition to the events that happen on campus. But that the project that is in front of you today, the housing project, are not anticipated to impact traffic or parking patterns within the neighborhood. So just to wrap up, So a number of review criteria that are included within our application that we are required to meet. And we really feel that we've demonstrated that we are compliant with those requirements. So amendment to the plan development for Aspen Meadows, we align with the project review standards. We meet the anticipated uses in the academic zone district. We are consistent in terms of mass and scale with the neighborhood. We are requesting 10 years of vested rights to enable fundraising and planning for these construction projects as it moves forward. As residential projects, these are required to meet the residential design standards, which we do. We are consistent with the architectural character and scale of the campus and the neighborhood, really working to integrate landscape, open space, pedestrian connections as part of this, that it's not just about the buildings, it's about how do we move around. And they're really designed for year-round, long-term livability and sustainability. We are required to go through a growth management review, so we're requesting 60 total allotments for affordable housing, as well as some essential public facility space, replacement at the Aspen Center for Physics, and new space at Aspen Institute. We're committed to that audit with Aspen Institute to ensure that we're not increasing any employees. These are APSHA-governed deed restrictions, and they can only be rented in compliance with the deed restrictions. This is not a lodge, these are not short-term rentals, and these are not free market units. They are APSHA-governed affordable housing units. As I mentioned, Aspen Institute and Aspen Music Festival and School are requesting housing credits. They are not requested for the Aspen Center for Physics. These are really critical as part of the overall planning and thought process for those organizations, and they would only be provided for local worker housing. Talked a lot about transportation. We've gone through the required level 1 transportation impact analysis. That's complete. We have also gone above and beyond with the additional analysis from Fair and Piers and Jacobs. We provide more trip mitigation, than we generate. And we are providing a mix of parking and multimodal improvements to really address the needs of these projects and the overall campus and neighborhood. And we're reducing peak hour trips by having housing on site. As I mentioned, we're requesting some additional vested rights. The code allows up to 10 years of vested rights for a project, so we are requesting that. These are significant projects for these organizations. They are not in the business of housing. They are in the business of thought leadership. And so needing time to plan and make sure that things are being done effectively, efficiently, and quickly. It is in their best interest to move through construction quickly so that they can have housing for their workers and continue to have the programming that is on campus. And so it's a little bit of take time to make time so that we can really plan through what does construction look like so we can go quickly through that process. Committed to meeting all of the requirements from the city related to construction management. We don't yet know the construction types, but we've been looking at both stick-built and modular and what are the ways that we can balance that. We really think that we provide a number of community benefits. We're implementing the Aspen Area Community Plan through this project. We're supporting these organizations that are core to what Aspen is and the future of Aspen. And we're really excited to hear your comments and continue the conversation with you as well as with the community. So thanks for hanging in. I know that was a lot to go through. And we're happy to answer any questions that you have. And we'll go from there. So thank you.
Thank you very much. As I said before,
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Okay, sorry. This is going to be a lengthy hearing. I appreciate all the audience members who are here.
Rachel, your mic is off. Sorry, it got nothing to see from Zoom. Thank you.
One is on, one is off. I'm using the primary one you told me to use. But anyhow, this is lengthy. The staff's responses will probably take about a half hour if it was similar to what we saw before in front of P&Z. Council does traditionally take a dinner break at about 7 o'clock. I wanted to ask the council members, do you want to do a quick 15, 20-minute dinner break at this time, hear our staff responses first or after that, and then go to public clarifying questions? You know, all of us are anticipating being here till at least 9 o'clock at night. Sorry about that for the public comment section, but this is the traditional order of a meeting like this. Council, what are your feelings about, you want to take Spen and ComDev's response first and then do a short dinner break and come back for clarifying questions and comments? Would you like to bring dinner up here and eat in front of everybody? Would you like to just, what are people's thoughts?
Break now.
Okay, we got one break now.
I would say go for it, so it's all fresh, but
Okay.
it's not important.
Happy to eat in front of people, so I don't care.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm used to seeing this.
yeah. John?
This thing push through and take a break after we hear the response.
Okay, well, we'll hear the responses first, and then from our ComDev department. When we come back, council will be asking clarifying questions of both the applicant and staff and making comments, and then, and then we'll hear public comments, and then any final direction to staff and applicants for any follow-up meeting. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
So, Ben and ComDev. We had a sign-up sheet going around. I don't know where it is now, but let's put this on the back table, and if other people would like to comment and haven't signed up, please do so. Sorry we don't have more chairs, and we do have fire code as to what we can have here. Okay. Thank you for coming. Yeah. Okay.
Would you like me to begin?
We are going to begin the next section. If you need to sign up for comments, it's over here on the table. There are both opposition and support sign-ups. We're going to follow Robert's Rules of Order and try to take comments alternating between the two. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, City Council and Mayor Richards. I am Jeffrey Barnhill, City Planner for the City of Aspen. As we all know, we are here today for the Aspen Meadows Affordable Housing Proposal, and it is February 24th, 2026. Here is a quick overview of the site. It is part of the Aspen Meadows Plan Development. You can see the proposed project locations in the picture on the screen. The left side in the purple is the Aspen Institute parcel. The parcel in the middle outlined in orange is the Aspen Center for Physics. And the parcel outlined in green is the Aspen Music Festival and School. These are all located within the Academic Zone District with pieces of the properties within open space, some wildlife preservation, and all with a planned development overlay. This will be a little bit of a rehash from what Jessica just presented, but the Aspen Institute proposes 13 units. This will provide 26 bedrooms and 29.75 FTEs. The gross square footage of the development will equal 22,911 square feet of space. Of that, 15,535 square feet is attributed to the housing units, while 7,376 square feet is attributed to the increased essential public facility space. The proposed calculated floor area will be 17,299 square feet, consisting of 421 square feet of essential public facility space, 16,223 square feet of residential space, and 655 square feet of non-unit space. Additionally, the development proposes to provide 29 parking spaces, with 13 parking spaces for the housing units and 16 parking spaces for the essential public facility area. The entire parcel will consist of 124 parking spaces, 119 spaces in the garage, and 5 at grade on site. And then here are some proposed renderings. The Aspen Music Festival and School proposes 13 units. These units will provide 17 bedrooms and 24 FTEs. This includes 13,272 square feet of floor area, spread out over 9 new structures on the site. The original design had 4 multifamily style structures. The redesign features 9 structures that have a more single-family look and feel to blend more seamlessly into the West End neighborhood. Here are some renderings of that project. The Aspen Center for Physics proposes 34 units. These units will provide 63 bedrooms and 72.75 FTEs. This includes some 31,567 square feet of residential area and 3,132 square feet of essential public facility space, spread out over 8 new structures on the site. There will be 3 single-family style units to the south containing 1 studio unit and 1 3-bedroom unit per each, and those are in that image to the right. And 5 multifamily style structures to the north behind Stranahan Hall containing the remaining units. This photo shows the proposed layout for the site. In staff's perspective, the parking on site remains an issue for this property. Parking has been strained in this area of town for some time, and this is exacerbated by the programming put on by the institutions. Here is a rendering for Building 1, Buildings 2 through 4, Building 5, and Buildings 6 through 8. Now, a question came up yesterday about essential public facility, and essentially an essential public facility is a facility which serves an essential public purpose, is available for use by or benefit of the general public, and serves the needs of the community. And when a property is designated as an essential public facility, it is determined by the community development director that the primary use or structure is an essential public facility. And then this goes to Planning and Zoning Commission for a recommendation and council for a final decision. So this property has been designated, these properties have been designated essential public facilities for quite some time prior to this PD amendment.
Bill, you have a question?
Thanks. Jeff, would we be reaffirming that or redesignating that as part? Apologies. Would we be reaffirming that designation, especially as it relates to the sort of incremental net new essential public facility square footage as part of these approvals? And did P&Z do the same?
No. These have already been deemed essential public facilities and the spaces that support the institutions. So that was not part of this review.
Yeah. I mean, in essence, we're differentiating the housing square footage from the square footage on the properties that are associated with the sort of academic work of the institutions or support of the facility broadly. And so it's within growth management. It's a term that allows us to allocate square footage across different categories within the growth management system. So yeah, all 3 of these institutions and their facilities broadly are determined essential public facilities. And because of some of the changes, there are some changes to these square footages that are associated with the primary uses on the property.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon me. The plan development reviews details up front and provides more flexibility in the site planning than what underlying zoning allows. PDs, as been mentioned earlier today, are reviewed in 2 phases, project review and detailed review. These are generally reviewed as separate applications. Project review is intended to establish the allowed dimensions of a property and ensure site planning is compatible with the context of the area. Detailed review is intended to perfect and finalize the detailed aspects of the project within the parameters established during project review. And as mentioned previously, this review is for the project review criteria. Detailed review will occur later if the proposed project is approved, and that is reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So project review focuses on the general concept for the development and outlines any dimensional requirements. There exists a significant community goal to be achieved through the development of the affordable housing on this site. Staff finds the proposed development dimensions represent a character suitable for and indicative of the primary uses of the project. These criteria are more thoroughly explored in Exhibit A of the staff criteria and the staff memo. The dimensions represent a character suitable for and indicative of the primary uses on site. The properties are in the academic zone district. The purpose of the academic zone district is to establish lands for education and cultural activities with attendant research, housing, and administrative facilities. All of the institutions included in this land use application are academic institutions, and housing for their faculty and students directly supports these uses. The building placement and design are intended to blend into the character of the neighborhood. And the proposed design of the building is a nod to the Bauhaus style of buildings that are located on site and in the general vicinity of these structures. One issue that you will have seen in the staff memo that the applicant team and City of Aspen have not found consensus on is the easement that runs through the Aspen Center for Physics parcel. The easement was originally supposed to cut through the parcel shown in the orange outline. Now the proposed easement would run around the property in the right-of-way. The Parks Department and staff would like to see a suitable replacement easement that provides the same public benefit as this easement would have provided. And John and Matt with the Parks Department are here if you would like them to speak more on that issue. A development application may request variations in the allowed uses permitted in the zone district. The burden shall rest upon an applicant to show the reasonableness of the request and its conformity to the standards and procedures of this chapter and this title. The permitted and conditional uses allowed on the property according to its zoning shall be used as a guide, but not an absolute limitation to the land uses which may be considered during the review. Any use variance allowed shall be specified in the ordinance granting project review approval. The closest use to the proposal would be a boarding house or dormitory for housing students and faculty of schools and other academic institutions. The proposals do not neatly fit into that category, so the applicant requests a use variation to allow studio, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom deed-restricted affordable housing units. This is so they may provide housing to support each individual nonprofit organization. The area around the proposed development consists of multiple single-family residences, duplexes, and some multifamily housing and development. The purpose, again, of the academic zone district is to establish lands for education and cultural activities with attendant research, housing, and administrative facilities. In this way, the proposed use variation is compatible with the character of the existing and planned land uses in the project and surrounding area, staff has found. For growth management quota system review, there are no annual allotment limits for affordable housing or essential public facilities space. However, the development must demonstrate compliance with the applicable criteria. The Aspen Area Community Plan states that since the 1940s, Aspen has taken numerous intentional steps to create an ideal environment in which to live and visit, including founding of the Aspen Institute, Aspen Music Festival, Aspen Music Festival and School, and ski area. This shows the importance of these organizations not only to our history, but our continued success as a livable, enjoyable community. Although created a little later in time, the Aspen Center for Physics was established in 1962. Since then, the Aspen Center for Physics has become a leading contributor to the community and to worldwide scientific research. Each of these institutions contribute to the vibrancy of our community. The Aspen Area Community Plan calls for a collaborative effort between private sector, public sector, key institutions, nonprofits, and individuals to rediscover and reinvigorate the Aspen idea. To this end, the proposal from these institutions meets several criteria from the Aspen Area Community Plan. Combined, the proposal marks one of the largest employer-sponsored housing developments in the city of Aspen, with 3 of Aspen's legacy nonprofit organizations. The proposal would develop up to 60 units within the urban growth boundary and provide seasonal and temporary housing for approximately 126 FTEs that would otherwise be traveling from further down valley to get to Aspen. And it goes without saying, there will be significant impacts from this development if it is approved. The proposal involves the development of nearly 60 affordable housing units, 61,034 square feet of floor area, changes to easements, enhancements to the right-of-way, and the associated construction impacts that come with this size and type of development. The Aspen Institute, Aspen Music Festival and School, and Aspen Center for Physics all propose unique alternative deed restrictions for their housing proposals. This is to provide flexibility for each of the organizations to meet their unique needs. Since these properties are not typical deed restrictions, they request the ability to be granted affordable housing credits for up to the APSHA RO category. This would allow the properties to have flexibility in income levels for their employees and participants. APSHA is open to this path, provided that RO is approved by City Council to generate affordable housing credits. Pending approval of this application, a total of 29.75 affordable housing certificates would be generated for the Aspen Institute project. All units meet the APSHA requirements for minimum net livable size, including the 20% permitted reduction allowed by APSHA. The Aspen Institute housing proposal would provide housing for full-time, part-time, intern, and visa staff associated with the Aspen Institute operations. The Aspen Institute proposes the issuance of 14.75 affordable housing credits at this point, with the remaining 15 to be held for future mitigation requirements for the Institute. And pending approval of this application, a total of 24 affordable housing certificates would be generated for the Aspen Music Festival and School project. Again, all units meet the APSHA requirements for minimum net livable size, including the 20% permitted reduction allowed by APSHA. This application was referred out to APSHA, and they did not find any problems with issuing affordable housing credits for the Aspen Institute and Aspen Music Festival and School projects. The transportation impact analysis guidelines inform applicants on the best strategies to mitigate their peak hour new trips. The transportation impact analysis guidelines describe this type of project as a minor development inside the roundabout. A minor development typically would require the development mitigate trips using a combination of transportation demand management and multimodal level of service measures. To that end, Jacobs Engineering prepared transportation impact analyses for each of the properties. For the Aspen Institute, it found that 18.7 new peak trips would be generated, and the applicant's TIA suggested they would be mitigating for 33.72 trips of their 18.7, so over mitigating for the trips that they are generating. The TIA prepared transportation impact analysis prepared by Jacob Engineering for the Aspen Music Festival and School showed that 11.6 trips would be generated and that they would be mitigating for 65 trips when 11.6 is required. And lastly, the transportation impact analysis prepared for the Aspen Center for Physics suggests that 30.3 trips would be generated during peak hours, and that the applicant would be mitigating 40.1 trips. The Aspen Center for Physics proposes 34 units with 66 bedrooms. A typical development of this magnitude would require at least 34 parking units. The applicant team proposes 6 parking spaces for the units accessed off of West North Street, with no parking spaces proposed for the units behind the Stranahan building. This is significantly less parking for any other development of this nature. As it was noted earlier, the parking in this area of town is strained, and there has been numerous public comments about the lack of parking in the area and some bad actors in parking in the area. At this point, staff cannot support the proposed parking as it does not meet the minimum requirements as outlined in the code. Staff understands that the applicant team has put a lot of effort into transportation alternatives, which should be noted. However, they are not fully mitigating for the 34 parking units that are required. It's staff's belief that there are options for the applicant team to fulfill their parking requirements. These include utilizing additional transportation impact analysis credits to fulfill the parking needs, or fee in lieu to pay for the remaining parking spaces that would not be on site. And then some clarifications for the project as a whole. There was not a level 2 TIA required for these projects. A level 1 TIA was required and was submitted by each of the applicants. Proper noticing has been provided for all hearings up to this point. And new development must mitigate for its own impacts. There's a little bit of conflation between the special events parking that occurs on Sundays and the parking proposed by the residential units. The residential units for at least the Institute and Aspen Music Festival and School are meeting the code required amount of parking for the housing units. The Physics Center requests special review approvals for their parking requirements, as we've talked about. And the Aspen Music Festival and School parcel retains the existing amount of parking spaces that are currently utilized by the music school for their events. On this left side of this graphic, you can see the requests from the applicant. So for the parking and special review, they're requesting 17 parking units, utilizing some overage of their transportation impact analysis credits, and the contemplation of existing improvements not counted by the transportation impact analysis. The transportation impact analysis really takes into account new improvements to mitigate for the new trips. They also would like to utilize the right-of-way or an alternative on the Aspen Center for Physics property. Neither of those options are supported by the city for the replacement easement, and they request 10 years of vested rights. Staff recommends that the standard 3 years of vested rights be applied to this property. We would like to see an equal easement and trail consistent with what was approved in 1995. And we also recommend that the Aspen Center for Physics mitigate for all 34 parking units, utilizing parking spaces, transportation impact analysis, overage credits, or cash in lieu. With that being said, resolution number 10, series of 2025, was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission a couple of months ago, and they had some recommendations to include in the conditions of approval for City Council. They would like to require that further analysis of the traffic impacts be studied by the applicant for moving the entrance from 3rd to 4th Street. They would like to see an addition to the deed restrictions allowing no cars for the Aspen Center for Physics property housing in the rear. And they said if the proposal is granted greater than 3 years of vested rights, that council try to implement some conditions to limit the construction timelines and impacts on the neighborhood. And lastly, they propose that an audit be contemplated for any new employees generated by the Physics Center units at the 2nd and 5th years after certificate of occupancy. With that, staff recommends approval of the project with the conditions outlined in the ordinance and with adjustments to the Aspen Center for Physics parking mitigation, the replacement easement, and the vested rights. There's a proposed motion. And then also there's always the option to continue the application to a date certain. Happy to take any questions or clarifying questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As per our previous discussion, council is going to take as brief a possible dinner break, hopefully be 20 minutes or less, and then we will come back with our clarifying questions for both applicants and staff. After our questions, we will take all your public comment. I am sorry that this is a prolonged hearing, but this is what happens. So thank you very much, Grassroots. We're going on break now.
Thank you.
Received an awful lot of comments. We will consider that when we come forward after this rest of the hearing. received written. Those topics are housing use and compatibility with deed restrictions, trails and open space treatments, housing uses, as I just mentioned, the transportation, street configuration, safety, access, and parking, the movement to 4th Street. Employee housing credits are a large topic underneath housing uses, neighborhood compatibility, and vested rights seem to be some of the major topics that we may have questions on. If individuals don't, that's fine. But who would like to start from my council with their questions? Okay. Sam goes first. We'll let him see if he can nail a few of them for us. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Fine. Well, the first question I have, are we expecting answers now, or this is going into the record for next time, right? Or
Pretty much. We are going to try to keep this moving to get to public comment, so.
okay. So I'll just limit my questions to more or less the concerns I have about this project, and a lot of them echo the things we've read from public emails about this. So as much as there is public benefit to this, obviously, I'm sticking to more or less the negative because that's where we're at as far as trying to get this application moving forward. Most you've heard before. We've heard a lot about the 4th Street entrance to the parking lot, and I know someone sent us something showing that 4th Street's much more narrow than its adjacent streets, and I think that is a concern, having access to this campus. So something to help mitigate that, and some of this obviously comes down to the city and how the street operates off of your property, but it's still of grave concern to get this right with your application. And that also goes with 7th Street. It kind of combines with the 2 flashers of the 8th Street bus stop and the 4th Street near the Chabad to be able to get these 2 access routes to be up to snuff to make this project good for the campus. So just like somehow explaining how we as a city, or you as the applicant, can help mitigate these concerns much better than we've seen so far.
So potentially even our engineering department seeing what they would think of that road use.
Yeah.
Without widening it or guttering, whatever.
Yeah. And then I think other people will cover other topics, and some might duplicate this, but I do hate to single out the Center for Physics, but it's because of the usage of yours and also the percentage of the units. I did want to express concern of units on the north side of Stranahan Hall on North Street, especially with that trail easement. And I sort of just wanted to express my concern that since this, for specifically to the Center of Physics, since this is not about full-time employees, it does veer towards the realm of more hotel-esque, even though it might be longer than the most typical hotel stays. And I guess I just had a curiosity about what this project might look like specific to the Center for Physics, if all the units could be on the south side of Stranahan Hall, if they potentially could be in one building rather than multiple buildings to better use of your area back there, especially since it's off of the street. And I say this because, not just because of the usage, but because of the concerns from a lot of the neighbors that we've read, to try to get this to a better spot in place where it does feel more compatible with how the neighbors feel about it, but also because of, like I said, the usage that you guys are going for, it not being for full-time employees or rentals, that is more hotel-esque and can potentially be on the south side of Stranahan Hall. And then, yeah.
I want to be clear, these are clarifying questions for our staff or applicant as
Yeah.
opposed to what we might want to see changed or why we want to see it changed.
Yeah, so in the form of a question would be like, is that a possibility to be able to put it on the South Side Strand Hall?
Yeah.
You put it there. And one other just like thing that's never been mentioned as far as the Institute and where its housing is located seems to be in a much better spot. And I know you all are sticking to your respective plots of land, but you're also in partnership. So wondering if there could be more units, specifically probably for the Center for Physics, where the Institute is building housing, or just adjacent to it, because there doesn't seem to be housing across the street. It doesn't seem to be as dense over there, and it seems to be a better spot for said things. So those are my clarifying questions tonight, and I'm sure other members of council would echo their questions, but I'll stick to that for now.
Thank you for that.
Would you like us to give some brief responses?
I think maybe we should get all
Great.
them out first and hear from there. John?
Yeah, my questions actually tag along with Sam's. I was curious as to, okay, I understand and appreciate the effort to maintain community character and to break up the mass and scale of things and to have the structures blend in, but because of our site visit yesterday, what I've noticed is most of these, especially the physics center, they won't be as visible as the other two. And I was wondering if maybe had there been an interest in, let me back up. When we were discussing the lumberyard, we decided to go with 3 large buildings instead of numerous small ones because of energy efficiency and construction efficiency and so on. I'm just wondering if that's something that might be looked at or could be looked at as we move forward.
Other questions? I mean, we can come back around if.
That's it for right now. And this also applies to the Aspen Music Festival in the school. The structures that are slated for that southeast corner of the parking lot was, again, I appreciate the effort to maintain community character, but as we move forward, climate change is a huge part of why I sit up here. And I think that it would be more energy efficient to have structures that are massed differently, or maybe one large building, or definitely less than 8 or 9.
Thank you.
Yep.
Christine?
Okay, thanks. In the same vein, first question is if the Center for Physics has considered a reduction in the number of units, given that your total number is still greater than the other 2 applicants, and this seems to be causing some concern up here. And then more generally for all 3 organizations, do any of you intend to increase programming as a result of this on-site housing? And the second question is, there was the diagram, very helpful, of sort of the tiers of who would be in housing, who will be managing that? Do you have a housing manager, and is there a plan basically around that? Because that looks like more than a full-time job, so to manage those reservations or assignments for housing. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Sam, you want? Oh, excuse me, Bill?
Thanks. Just one, and Sam sort of touched on it when he referred to additional sites, perhaps by the hotel or institute side. And I noticed on the zoning map that Jessica put up at the beginning of her presentation, a couple of what appeared to be RMF zoned sort of areas on the site stuck out to me. And I'm curious if those were contemplated as part of this, and why they weren't, why you decided to propose structures where you did. I'd be interested to hear that. If those are developable or not, if they're being reserved for some other use at some point in time. Kind of curious to think about the bigger picture. That's it for questions. Thanks.
Oh. I'm going to be the one with a lot of questions then.
I got a lot of comments.
There's more.
You know, as I've looked at this and looked at the history of the Institute, the Meadows, and the physics, first I wanted to declare that I did go through a Hearst Initiative program this fall, meeting with colleagues and members of the Rifle and Parachute and Down Valley communities. And, you know, when it comes to physics, I was great friends with Cy Coleman and Maggie DeWolf, and so I really appreciate, again, what all these agencies have done for us. I think we really need to look more holistically at the, okay. Sorry, thank you. I thought that was the static one. I think we should look more holistically and big picture at this, and it's a tough question to ask, but should we consider paid parking in the West End? Should there be paid parking in the MAA lot? I've just spent, was it 8 months with the Transportation Coalition for the 21st Century, and the one message they kept hammering was that it's all carrots and no sticks. And this is, again, all carrots and no sticks. And I think that if we're really going to talk about the impacts to the neighborhood that go many blocks into and around all directions, there's got to be something that discourages people from wanting to park. And that could be a little more effective for some of our construction and vehicle, service vehicles as well. So I think that that would be a big undertaking of our staff and our city departments. But we clearly have paid parking and parking time limits surrounding the core because of the exact same problem. And the term transportation demand management measures was used, and I think that's important to have true transportation demand management measures. That is separate from incentives. That's separate from saying, here, please use our bicycles. It's more, if you would like to park in this neighborhood, it's going to be X amount per hour. It's going to be like this. You should take a bus to the MAA performances. We have limited parking. I think the question's been asked by a lot of people in the past and currently, why not underground parking and really start to accommodate a lot more cars there? And if this reconfiguration could have happened to accommodate the same number of cars, why hasn't that been done before? And maybe it's because you were saving some land for housing, but I think it's worth taking a look at. I do appreciate the community character aspects that you're trying to keep with the neighbors. And almost to John's comment, you know, the smaller houses might not be as compatible as a duplex that looks like a house across from those neighboring streets. I really question the street configuration between Gillespie 3rd and Roaring Fork Drive. And it's kind of like, just let's continue that has been there, and this is off your campus, so I understand that, but should that be something we look at with engineering for a roundabout? Is there something that makes those connections safer for everyone as opposed to we're going to put in some flashing lights and crosswalks? And so again, it's more that all of your projects collectively have off-site impacts. And many of those off-site impacts have been going on for 35 years. Since the 1991 signing of the document and the expansion of the programs. So those are some of the things I've been thinking about along those ways for traffic and transportation. I'd like to think we have the Galena Street shuttle forever, but that is always dependent on our sales tax revenues and on our paid parking revenues and the revenues that the state gives to us and to CDOT and to RAFTA. And so it's really hard to count on things that are there today in the future. Sure would like to. I would like to see actually sample deed restrictions when we go forward with this, so it really explains. I like the tier approach that you showed us, but I also can see it being unleased at times for longer periods of time. And I'd like to make sure these things have real occupancy if they're going forward. So, you know, the kind of in-between other programming, does that mean we're not going to open that unit up for 6 weeks because we have someone coming for 2 weeks at the end of that 6 weeks? And how much vacancy we really can expect for the units that are going for affordable housing. I think these are questions more for my staff going forward than you as applicants, but I'm having a hard time personally with the employee housing credits. I think, what are employee housing credits roughly going for right now in the market?
It varies based on the category, but let's say roughly $230,000 to $425,000, depending on the category of the unit that they're assigned to.
Yeah, and so the thing about employee housing credits, as I understand them, were created to help bring the private sector in and be able to create a project where they could make a profit, and it created housing out of thin air, basically, out of the private sector vacant lots. It does say it's voluntary because it was private sector bringing solutions to affordable housing. But when those credits are sold to a project, 40% of that project will be unmitigated. Again, just total, not your numbers, but rough numbers. If you had a new project in town that needed to mitigate 100 employees, and they have to then mitigate, they're going to generate 100 employees. They have to mitigate 65% of those. So 35%, 35 employees would go unmitigated and go back to the public sector to try to provide housing for. So the sale of these credits in some ways is a growth generator. It's millions of dollars of value to give away to a project. It's not without its own impacts. When they are used, there is a remainder of 35 to 40%, depending on where and what, that are not mitigated. And so that becomes a public sector burden. So, an example would be, what if we sold affordable housing credits from doing the lumberyard? It's 270 units. It would sure help us pay for it a lot better if we could sell those credits. But we're not going to do that because that would be creating new growth, and it would just be accommodating new growth in a different situation. I was on the county commission at the time that the music campus on Castle Creek Road was approved. And there was no credits or giveaway or county money to go into that. And I think that this is an obligation of these organizations who have benefited from our housing programs and from not having to provide housing for over 35 years. And I think it's astounding and great that you're recognizing the need and you're finding your own resources to pull those together and move it forward. But it's something that perhaps the rest of our business community is just now waking up to. I've had businesses who've been here for 30 or 40 years, and suddenly their employee shortage is the government's problem. And they never bought a mobile home in Aspen Village when they could have, or bought a couple houses in Basalt. And I appreciate the efforts that individual organizations have made over time, adding them to the campus, adding them here and there. But to give away those affordable housing credits, it's not that you're a private sector developer who's found a way to make a little profit and create housing and do something. It's your own need. You're doing this for your own need. And if those credits are sold, it's really a wash. There's no gain for the housing program overall. And whoever buys those credits will probably be trying to figure out, be throwing another 35% of their required mitigation onto the public sector. This is not easy to tell the tough stuff to great institutions and well-respected institutions like we have in this community. But it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act that we all need to work with and recognize. On the project that we're seeing a lot of the greater focus is the Center for Physics, because it is a different animal than MAA and Aspen Institute, who truly are pursuing housing to house their employees on a year-round or seasonal basis. And the definition that is allowed by code is boarding house or dorms. And I understand that you're not going to ask world-famous physicists to come in and stay in a dormitory room with a bathroom down the hall. This is not it. But I wonder what is within the definition of a boarding house, and how these homes that you're talking about could be closer to a boarding house. I agree with the concerns that others have expressed about the street facing there, and if there was a way to move more of it so there's not 3 driveway cuts and it's not interfering with the trail, and we can find a way to deal better with parking. Underground parking on the lot that's left would make such a difference for all these projects, and possibly leave real land open in the future for additional housing that you're going to need. Because as you've said, this is just a drop in the bucket towards a larger overall program. Those are some of the things I would like to ask. Other things that have been brought forward to us to consider are any units with balconies, can they point inward to the campus as opposed to outward to the neighborhood? How will noise controls happen through those areas? A lot of questions about pets and dogs and their interaction with wildlife have come to us. This is a lengthy project, as I said. I'm open to continuing to look at compromises, as I think the rest of the board is, and hopefully our applicants are as well. These are long-term issues, and if there had been some housing required, or even some housing locations set aside on the master plan from 1991, we might not be in the same boat today, that we're looking at how do we shoehorn things in without disturbing the programming and accommodating the needs. So I think it's worth us all taking the time to make sure we can get as many things right as we can get right. So those are my major concerns that I've brought forward. But I particularly say the parking has been a growing concern throughout the West End neighborhood on so many event days and so many new events, and events have been added that drive traffic regularly, whether it's been the Doerr Hauser building, whether it's a Bauer building, whether, just so many things. There have been wonderful additions, but they haven't had the accompanying infrastructure to not just push a burden onto the neighborhoods. And that's how I have to look at this. Perhaps, Bill, go ahead.
I want to make sure that myself and others are going to have an opportunity to make comments too, because I think that was
I'm sorry.
a lot of comments, not questions.
I tried to phrase them as good as
And I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying that I would like to make comments too, and I thought you wanted to do that later. So, number one. Number two, and
okay, go ahead.
Because you spoke for a long time on it, I just want to share. I have a very different perspective on the mitigation credits, and I just want it to be known that what you expressed was your opinion and is not the universal opinion.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let me ask Ben and the applicants, would you rather hear public opinion tonight and then have a chance to come back with response? And we will give, so everyone else's head shake. So let's move to that. I have heard a question about people who missed public comment because they had to leave, because they didn't realize it would be such a lengthy meeting. And I think that should we see any changes in the application come back to us from this dialogue and from this discussion, then yes, we will have public comment again. But if we're not, I would try to close the public opinion at the end of this meeting. Okay, our attorney's saying something. I want to know if it's.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just inquiring of the city manager if there was any sort of open Mondays on your calendar, because you guys, if we do continue it to a normal regular meeting, there will always be items in advance. So, I think you all understand that. I just didn't know if there was any interest in setting this on an off date, because I think you have the ability. I think you have the ability to do that.
I think it may take a little more time to find a date certain that we could have a special meeting, perhaps on a Tuesday that follows a Monday holiday or something like that. I'll let you guys work on that for a while. Let's have public comment. And thank you guys for your patience and your caring about the concerns of the community. Thank you. Okay. We have a number of them. They're not back and forth the way I thought they were going to be signed up. That's okay. I'm just going to go with a few people off the top. And one I know has to drive down Valley quite a way, John Bennett, former mayor of Aspen, and has a little history with this project himself. And we are going to try to keep these to 3 minutes with the number of comments. If you can ditto and just add one more thing, that always helps us. But we would probably be here for another hour and a half with the comments we have. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening to everyone. And I'll try to be brief. So I'm here to support the Meadows Affordable Housing Plan. And as others have said tonight, it really is about preserving these three institutions that lie at the heart of the Aspen idea. And I would suggest at the heart of the soul of Aspen, in fact. These three institutions, I believe, are doing the right thing. That is, they're addressing their own affordable housing needs, and they're paying for it themselves at their own expense. You can think of each of these housing units as a car, or maybe a couple of cars in many cases, taken off of Highway 82 every morning and again every afternoon, because somebody, or more than one person in these units, no longer needs to commute every day. And I think that's a really important way to think about all this. I want to focus a bit on the Aspen Center for Physics. For ACP, this is a truly existential moment. The Physics Center has, in fact, recently had top physicists turn down participating in symposia simply because they cannot afford to rent a condo in Snowmass and then be forced to rent a car and drive to the campus. The world's top physicists are the lifeblood of the Aspen Center for Physics. If it loses its ability to convene them, it ceases to be the leading summer venue in our nation for the exchange of cutting-edge breakthrough ideas in the world of, in the physical world, the physical universe. It would be an enormous loss to Aspen and an enormous loss to the world, I would argue. And I want to note, and this addresses a question I heard asked earlier, ACP is not growing in any way through this project. It's not expanding its programs. It's not bringing in more scientists to Aspen. What it will be doing, however, is creating one of the most aggressive private nonprofit transportation demand management plans that our town has ever seen. And I really mean that. It will eliminate all Snowmass housing and house those physicists on campus so they no longer need to commute every day. It will allow permit-only parking on its campus, and those permits will never be allowed to exceed the number of spaces in the lot. Physicists would sign written agreements agreeing never to park on neighborhood streets, and ACP has stated that it's willing to partner in enforcing that parking restriction on neighborhood streets. It would maintain its existing fleet of 150 bicycles and add a new fleet of e-bikes and e-cargo bikes. And they actually use them. Physicists actually do bicycle every day. This is not for show. And they'd have 2 shared e-vehicles on campus ready for any physicist to use any time for unavoidable trips. And this list goes on much longer. The results of all this will be, very simply, taking cars off Highway 82, significantly reducing physicist car trips across the West End, and dramatically reducing its already low parking demand on campus. So I hear the buzzer. I will stop there, but I will simply say, I think supporting this is saying yes to the Aspen idea, and also acknowledging that this is the kind of thing that really strengthens our community. And with that, thank you all very much for doing what you're doing. I know this takes a lot of time.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Sean Garum, if I'm pronouncing that correctly? That's correct. Thank you.
My name is Sean Garum, and I work at the Aspen Center for Physics, helping with their fundraising efforts. I want to specifically address the trail easement issue on the south end of the Physics Center, parallel to North Street. I live in Carbondale and take the RAFTA bus to get to work. I walk from the Hallam and 8th Street bus stop down North 7th and along North Street to get to my office. I dodge the West End traffic, the West End sneak traffic in the evening to get on the bus to go home. I do not take the existing trail parallel to North because it is out of the way, has no signage, has a dangerous exit onto North 6th Street. Plus, it's not maintained by the city and is snowy, muddy, or overgrown for much of the year. This project proposes a more visible and accessible trail along North Street that would provide pedestrians a more obvious and safer path to access the Meadows campus and events from the popular RAFTA stop on Hallam and 8th. It would extend from the sidewalk on the south side of the Buyer Center and give a walkway to and from the heart of the Meadows campus. This project also proposes adding an additional formal easement along the north side of the physics campus. This more than compensates for the official historic easement that is currently routed through a building, Smart Hall. Moving the existing trail closer to North Street will keep nonprofit employees, event attendees, musicians, physicists, and members of the public from walking directly on North Street or on any other street in that area where there are no pedestrian walkways other than the streets themselves. I understand that our West End neighbors do not like that summer events result in overflow parking along West End streets. To me, this project would provide an important and safer option that encourages people to take the bus and walk instead of drive to these events. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your timeliness. Okay, Haley Kramer, are you still here in the room? Carmer? Okay. Oh, okay. She's about overflow room. Thank you for that. Haley? Is that in the other room? Yeah, thank you. I am just skipping around on these sheets in case people are wondering. You have 3 minutes, and thank you for coming.
You're welcome. Thank you. My name is Haley Carmer. I'm an attorney at Garfield and Hecht, and I'm here on behalf of my client, Bart Aspen LLC, which owns the property at 802 Roaring Fork Road. And I'm here primarily tonight to talk about the entrance to the parking lot for the music school. My client lives right across the street from that parking lot and is in full support of moving that entrance to 4th Street. Living across the street from the parking lot currently and having experienced the chaos that does ensue with the current access off of 3rd Street, he feels that moving the entrance to 4th Street would be a positive move for a number of reasons, but the applicant's new report showing that the safety impacts would not be be the same whether the entrance is on 3rd Street or 4th Street shows that the move is making, or would be, there's no safety issues there. Also, the report shows that with the 5th Street entrance still being there, there's traffic coming in and circulating, would make that traffic circulation better. And also with the traffic coming in from 5th Street, or on the 5th Street side, that traffic pattern will still remain. Similarly with the traffic being able to circulate through the property, having it on 4th Street wouldn't be a material difference there. There's also, the impacts of that parking lot are going to be the same regardless really of where we come in or out, whether it's on 3rd or 4th Street. So having the alignment on 4th Street would be, I think, better from a circulation perspective. And also with the current site plan, if there wasn't a material change to that site plan, you'd have only 2 entrance points to the parking lot. So there'd be a lot of reevaluating that the applicant would have to do to accommodate a 3rd entrance there. So if you were restricted to just the 2 entrances, one on 5th Street and one on 3rd Street based on their current site plan, the congestion and bottleneck there would be significant, so there'd be a lot more that needs to be done to analyze if we were to eliminate that 4th Street entrance, if that were to be a direction council wanted to go. So I think the 4th Street entrance is a benefit. It makes sense with the site plan that the applicant has presented. It flows well, and the congestion is felt regardless of where that entrance is going to be. There's that intersection there is already convoluted. To have a 3rd Street entrance would only make that worse, and it doesn't fit with the current site plan that the applicant is proposing. So if council is inclined to support the application, we would recommend leaving the entrance at 4th Street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Auld, are you still here? Did Carol have to leave? Okay. Seth Berger? Is Seth Berger has left? Val Stevenson? Val, there we go.
Hi, I'm Val Stevenson, and I'm a resident in the West End. I live on Smuggler, West Smuggler Street. And I attend many of the programs of these 3 nonprofits and do think they do a great amount for our community. I'd say my biggest issue with this has been that out of the 60 units, more than half of them are for physics that employ 4.5 people. And I guess to me, I see where we really need affordable housing are the people that are commuting in from Rifle and from Silt. And a lot of the physicists are staying in Snowmass, and you say you're going to cut down the traffic with them not having to commute in, but I guess why aren't they riding a bus then? They're here for 2 to 4 weeks out of the summer. With that programming, can they bus in? So I guess I don't see where we're really saving a lot of the problems in the roundabout and just in the traffic that commutes in and out of the West End. I see the need more for people that work here 52 weeks a year, and that they are commuting long distances. Like recently, we had to have somebody come to our house to do some plumbing, and I'm talking to the guys, they live in Silt. And I'm like, is most of your business in Silt? No, it's mostly in Aspen. And so that traffic is coming in, and it's not easy to get a bus from Silt. It's a lot easier from Snowmass. So that's just and I have nothing against what their programs is, and I feel for them because I understand the affordable housing, but this is still mostly for participants of programs, not for people living here year-round. On the physicist side, I understand that the Institute and the music are really trying to house their employees, but on the physics side, it's not, and it feels more like an Airbnb to me. So
Thank you.
That's it. Thanks.
Susanna Reed?
Good evening. I'm here representing the owner of 775 Meadows Road. And I think we've been, since we're the only house over there, somewhat unrepresented in this conversation. Certainly they share the concerns of most of the rest of the neighborhood with the traffic and the parking and all those issues that have been going on for years and kind of unresolved still. The family is sensitive to the challenge of these organizations going forward in the future, and I think is concerned that maybe this is step 1 of something much larger coming down the road, and would like to know kind of what that plan is going forward. The siting of the housing directly across the street really puts the onus of the impacts of this development entirely on the residential neighborhood. It seems that there are other opportunities on the campus for the Institute housing, or so for some part of this Institute housing that have not really been looked at. And we would hope that that examination would continue. I thought it was funny when you mentioned missed opportunities in the past. And particularly the demolition of an approved housing project in the mid-90s that was just north of this property. So I think, as you said, there are probably lots of bigger issues that need to be thought about in a more holistic manner to do with this project. Thanks.
Thank you. Claude Salter. Is Claude still here? Nope. Nina Salter. I think here's another one who's left, Francis Stucken. He's no longer here. How about Joseph Kistner? Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Joseph Kistner. It's my first time coming to City Council. I am a born and raised Aspenite who's lived here in subsidized housing my whole life, with the notable exception of when I left to get my degrees in physics. So I have always had a close relationship with the Aspen Center for Physics. I started attending public lectures from the physicists that attend the center from a very young age. In high school, I had a privilege to interview Dr. Claire Yu, one of the board members on Aspen Public Radio, as part of my physics class. And as a graduate student in 2020, I was granted access to the ACP library to write my master's thesis during COVID lockdown, which I also defended successfully from the library. Since completing my education and remaining in Aspen, I volunteered my time to help improve the system for recording lectures and for getting them out to the public. And now that my help is no longer needed, I simply attend all the great lectures that are put on by the physicists. And it is these physicists that are key to the whole endeavor. Without housing, these physicists cannot stay in Aspen, and without physicists, this center would cease to have a function. The need would remain, though, in both the physics community and our own. Since its creation, the ACP has been attributed with facilitating the development of lasting ideas in science and continues to receive acknowledgement in hundreds of publications each year. In our community, the ACP, along with the Aspen Institute and Music School, comprise the institutional foundation of two parts of the Aspen Ideas Mind, Body, Spirit triad. In accordance with the vision vision for Aspen by our modern founders, Elizabeth and Walter Pepka, the city should support these institutions in the best way possible. In this case, allowing the creation of housing for the people who directly contribute to these places will do the most good for our community here and at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Steve Fallander? Always have a hard time with your name, Steve.
Thank you. There's been a lot of discussion about parking and traffic. We live directly across the street from what would now be the current exit from the main parking lot, directly across the street from the Bayer Art Center. The reason we get the traffic is because of all the great events that the music and physics and the Aspen Institute have. And personally speaking, we accept that. We're going to have a lot of busy days, and there's not enough. There could be maybe more police presence to kind of coordinate things, but that's just it's a fact of living there. What I'm surprised is that I'm hearing a lot of talk about needing more parking, but no talk about the number of buildings that are proposed by this project.
they're proposing 18 new buildings in the West End. And that is totally contradictory, as I see it, from what this council has been talking about over the years, saying that there's too much construction in the West End, there's too much traffic in the West End. We shouldn't be allowed to have demolition permits. I think it's important to look at the scope of this project, how long it's going to take to build 18 new buildings, who's going to go through the management process. I'll skip that, go to the next topic, which to me is the list of who is going to be served by these buildings. And there was a chart that Jessica put up, and it has the staff and the visitors to the various programs. And then there's another line that's got where they can switch off, which is fine. But then there's a third line and a fourth line that means just about anybody can be living there. And that doesn't follow some of the staff comments, which say that this is going to be a great project because the people who are in these homes are going to be working on the campus. And what does that affect? That affects tremendously transportation. They talk about bikes. Well, that's great. I ride my bike, I even have a fat tire bike that I ride in the winter, and sometimes I can ride it. This winter, not so much. Sometimes the streets are just too bad. The idea that they're going to use bikes to mitigate transportation if people are going to be living in the housing year-round is ridiculous. And the crosstown shuttle, which you all saw yesterday when you did the site tour, is a little bus, and it runs every half hour. And it runs every half hour during the winter season and during the summer season. In the spring and the fall, it runs not at all. So the cost of providing public transportation to this site, no matter who's living there, is going to have to be borne by somebody. And I haven't heard any discussion about that. And I think that needs to be discussed. And I don't know whether these buildings pay taxes or not, because they're on nonprofit, supposedly, property. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sorry, I have to leave. I have an appointment in the morning.
We understand. And it's taped. It's taped for grassroots.
I can't delay.
Thank you. Lisa Markalunas.
Good evening. I'm a lifelong Aspen native. My family's had a home in the West End since 1956. I encourage you to consider a number of things. I encourage you to consider whether the number of units being asked for at the Aspen Center for Physics for short-term uses is reasonable given parking and site constraints. I have walked that trail easement for decades in all seasons. I encourage you to consider whether the 6 units on North Street are worth the trade-off to impacts on public trail easements and access, historic ditches, and street trees along North Street, and if you can justify putting these 6 units in this location. I encourage you to consider if the proposed housing scenarios will contribute a community benefit to those most in need of deed-restricted affordable housing. I encourage you to consider if parking for the Aspen Music Festival and School is sufficient for programming and new housing they are proposing, and if their impact on neighborhood streets is reasonable given existing parking levels. The parking study shows no parking south of Gillespie at capacity. That is completely false. I have watched for decades, 35 and 40 years, Sunday and Friday concerts completely at capacity past Smuggler and often up to Francis Street. I encourage you to consider if you believe traffic and parking mitigation can be enforced to protect the public who reside in the West End and who already feel the impacts most severely. What is the enforcement mechanism for all of these proposals and representations? I encourage you to consider if vested rights and construction over 10 years really serves the Aspen community and, most importantly, the neighborhood. The quality of life in the West End has suffered over the years. The traffic impacts are as important as the parking impacts. The special events are a huge impact on the neighborhood. It's one thing to be able to stand the music festival events for 8 to 9 weeks, the capacity of what that generates, the box trucks coming and going from the Castle Creek campus, you know, the coming and going of the MAA bus, big buses for MAA students. The Aspen Ideas has a huge impact in the weeks that it's there, with empty shuttle buses running back and forth to town and back and forth to the different auditoriums. It's one thing to be able to stand that for the period of the Aspen Ideas and the period of the music festival season, but to stand that for 52 weeks a year on an ongoing basis is, I think, too much of an ask. And to sacrifice beautiful pocket parks and trail easements that the public has used for decades on all parts of that campus, you know, at the generosity, obviously, of the nonprofits, but you know, to throw that all away and put people into the street that's unsafe because of the Down Valley commuter traffic is really, I think, something you need to heavily consider as to whether this is appropriate and whether 34 units of short-term extended stay housing for participants is appropriate. Perhaps an ask to reduce the number of units that they're asking for is something to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lisa.
Ava Hartman. There's someone.
Hi, everyone. Hope I'm okay to have my computer up here. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Ava Hartman, and I've worked at the Aspen Institute for the last 6 years. And I just have to say that I'm so excited about this housing proposal. It's something I've been dreaming about since I started 6 years ago. Like most, I've had my own struggles to find housing in this valley. Over the last 6 years, I've lived in 4 placements, including sunless basements and housing with 4 roommates and small places. At desperate moments of looking for housing, I've thought about adding a sign to my car, but that didn't feel very safe to have my phone number out there. And I've had coworkers who have asked people on the Rio Grande if they have rooms that they could live in, which amazingly actually worked. But the struggle to find housing is real here. And now I live in Carbondale, and I bear the chaos of 82 every day. And I've had my fair share of slips in the West End, which Sean may share with me. But I could take 3 minutes to talk about my struggles to find housing in this valley along with others, but I really want to emphasize that I love living here. And I love living here because of this Aspen idea that we're all talking about. And I don't need to go into depth about how maintaining that Aspen idea, which doesn't just exist in the rocks like the beauty does, it's something we have to work for. It's not something that we need to, it's something that we need to maintain these institutions in order to maintain the Aspen idea, and we need to maintain our staff in order to maintain these institutions. Without stable housing to provide employees a life here, how can we provide the mind-expanding experiences that strengthen and reflect our curious community? I also understand there's concerns about construction, but constructing affordable homes for our valley feels different than construction restrictions on largely second homes. And while I can understand that many people here might be concerned also about the property value of their houses in the West End, to me what makes Aspen so valuable is this Aspen idea that we need to maintain. So let's keep Aspen valuable and keep it curious and creative through these institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kay Eldridge. Is Kay still here?
I don't think so.
Okay. Wobbs? Yeah. Wobbert.
Hello. My name is Dave Walbert, but everybody knows me as Wobbs. I want to speak in favor of the Aspen Center for Physics living development or program. I've lived here for 50 years, and my career was restaurants and bars, which I owned and ran. So I just bring that up for the fact that I know about the problem that this community has with employee and any kind of housing. I am going to speak just because I think the Aspen Center for Physics is a great organization. Being here for the winter and summer sessions, I think, contributes and makes Aspen such a special place to live, like the other two organizations. The weekly free lectures are incredible. I go to most of them that I can. They're always great speakers, and they always have a great subject. And for a lot of the local people that I know, they go to those because they really enjoy it. They're not necessarily scientists, but those lectures, they bring it down to a level where if you know a little science, you can really get a lot out of it. And I guess a good example would be tomorrow night. The lecture is The Future of Time, Quantum Clocks and the Invisible Universe. Now, I know everybody wants to see that, right? But seriously, the Physics Center is very highly respected in the science world. I get a lot of higher level magazines that I read, and I often read about the author has been here at the Physics Center, and it's always they say how great it is and how much they got out of being here for one of the sessions. I would think it would be just a huge loss to our community if the Aspen Center for Physics had to move out of here because they couldn't
You can finish your last comment.
have a room for their physicists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Garcia or Gracie Ham, H-A-I-M? Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Hi. So, yeah, I just heard second homes. Many of us live here full-time in the West End. I just happen to live right across the Physics Center. I go to their lectures. They're fantastic. But I also see the traffic coming into the Physics Center. There are not many people coming in the mornings. And frankly, the majority commute by bus, because I see them walking by my home. So I don't understand very much the mitigation point of having so many units to avoid the commute. I think as an architect and an urban planner, I think this project is excessive. It's a city within a neighborhood. And it's a neighborhood where we live. And as good as it sounds to bike every day, my kids can't bike anymore because of the traffic and the danger of cars going fast. And I don't think we can afford much more of that. On the other hand, I see this as three projects. We can call it Aspen Idea, but for me, it's the Aspen Institute and its needs, which I completely understand, and I agree with what they present. The Physics Centers and its needs, which I think are not represented in this project. This project exceeds those needs, and the music center that I don't know very well their needs. But there are 3 different projects. And I'm all for advance. I'm also all for good architecture. I am fascinated every morning by the view of the physics building. It's a true Bauhaus. It doesn't want to represent, and it's going to be completely obscured by those 3 houses in front. And I'm speaking as an architect, not as a living person in the West End. So I just wanted to add that point to the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sherry Sack?
Thank you. I don't want to repeat so much of what's been said, but a couple of points, forgive the disjointedness. First, I think that to determine that this project warranted only a level 1 TIA was really was short-sighted. And I think that, and I wish that, a requirement for a second level would be required here, because I think it would be much more informative as to exactly what the impact of a very large project like this will be on a neighborhood that is already under significant transportation distress. I have been an employer for 12 years in Aspen, huge proponent of employee housing. I think many of us are, that live in the neighborhood are, we understand the very negative impact on employees and employers and the community as a whole when you don't have employees living where they work. And so the part of the project where they are providing housing for full-time employees at the Institute and the music school, I don't have a problem with that. Hopefully the mitigation, that you all are talking about will help some of the impacts. But, and I agree with what Commissioner Rose said, I mean, for the Physics Institute, that is not for full-time employees, and I just don't agree with that aspect of the project in any way. I think it has the most significant negative impacts. It is the largest amount of units, and it just seems way too much, way too far, bridge way too far. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your brevity. Emily Colby. Emily?
Hello. Thank you for the time. Thank you for all your deep consideration on this. I love these institutions. My daughter has been an intern at the Aspen Center for Physics. She is now studying in college in physics. I absolutely love the programming. I would like to talk to you because I would like to first off say thank you, Lisa, for asking for all the considerations. I'm going to say ditto. But then I'm going to jump ahead and I'd like to also talk about the impact on 4th Street. In the scale of that street, 4th Street is far more narrow than the boulevards of 3rd and 5th, where the existing routes are. It is also considered a pedestrian route, and it is labeled as such currently. It also, at the head of it, at the intersection with Highway 82 or Main Street, there is also a pedestrian light that allows for people to cross the road safely and continue down that corridor in order to attend these attend functions at these facilities. I would really like us to consider the ramifications of redirecting traffic into a single lane. An important thing when it comes to growth and development is also having strength in multiple avenues and having many veins of access, and truncating it into a single corridor, I think is dangerous for the community, and I think is dangerous for the neighborhood. And I think that it is short-sighted in this development. I think there's other ways to come in and out of this project, and I'd like for us all to consider it for the safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Crystal Logan.
Good
Good evening. Great to see you all. Thanks for your time. I'm Crystal Logan. I oversee our Aspen community programs at the Aspen Institute. Many of you know we host over 60 days of programming for the community each year. Many of them are free and many of them are very low cost, so very affordable and accessible. I am a fourth generation resident of the Valley, and I've been with the Institute for 26 years. So of course I've seen how the housing landscape has changed over the years as I've gone through my own housing challenges, but I really support this partnership between these three organizations. There are many merits to the fact that we're all working together to build deed-restricted affordable housing on land that we already own. There are fewer and fewer housing options, certainly in Aspen and certainly in the Upper Valley, but also in the entire valley. And as we look for housing for employees and visiting scholars at reasonable rates. So this collaboration, I feel, is a great model for other nonprofits to work together. I feel very fortunate that we actually have the ability to engage in this partnership and build this housing and work together to work through it thoughtfully and sustainably. And finally, I'll just say I really think Aspen needs it. These organizations need this. I think it will benefit Aspen. And we're really grateful for the outpouring of support that we've gotten for this project from many of our fellow nonprofits and supporters. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Jenna Koch.
Hello, thank you all so much for the time. My name is Jenna Cook, and I recently relocated from Michigan to join the Aspen Music Festival and School as their donor stewardship coordinator. When I was offered this position, I was thrilled. It truly is a dream job for me. But the biggest question for me wasn't whether I wanted the job, it was whether I could afford to live here to have that job. Without access to affordable housing, I simply would not have been able to accept the role or move to the Valley. Thankfully, AMFS offered me an affordable place to live in Carbondale, but if I had the opportunity to live here in the Upper Valley, I wouldn't have to be one of those endless cars driving on Highway 82 for this long commute, and would be able to connect more deeply with the Aspen community. I can only imagine the opportunities expanding access to affordable housing could offer other passionate individuals like me. Having housing in Aspen would not just be a shorter commute, it would mean being able to fully participate in the community that we as a nonprofit serve, attending performances, engaging with local organizations, and building relationships outside of the workplace. It allows employees like me to invest our time and energy here rather than commuting or worrying about whether we can afford to stay here. Housing made it possible for me to say yes to this opportunity, and expanding access to that housing means others like me will be able to say yes to bringing their skills, passion, and commitment to Aspen. So I thank you all for taking the time to consider making that possible, and for all the care that you've put into all of this and for the Aspen community. So that's it. Short, sweet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleen Collins.
Thank you. I wrote a letter yesterday too, and I hope you all got it. It was sort of late in the game, but I'm at 531 Gillespie. This is my family's home. Been there for almost 5 years. I am looking at this from an impact situation in the West End, corner of 5th and Gillespie, as well as 3rd, 4th, 6th. We are really getting impacted severely. I heard the mayor say a couple of good things. One is there another way to address all of the overflow going out into the West End in the R6 zone on those arteries, those numbered streets, and also along Gillespie? And I think that we need to do something that we discourage cars and parking all along there. And I'm requesting that for sure Gillespie be a no parking zone I think it's important that all of the campus traffic and impacts stay inside the parking area. Ironically, we're losing a parking lot. I support the housing. I think it's a little bit too dense for sure, and I also support the 3 nonprofit organizations. I actually worked for the Aspen Institute in a number of capacities for many years. I think that we all want to be good neighbors to each other, and I think that we've seen, unfortunately, where the Benedict tent, Hardtop, and Harris Hall came in, and there was to be a landscape and buffer and sidewalk and improvements along that fifth to fourth parking area, and it just didn't happen. And in fact, there are waterways, ditches that run from 6th over to 5th and from 4th over to 5th. And those are trees, cottonwoods now that are actually being impacted. They're withering, they're not doing well. And there's zero love being given to Gillespie on the north side. I would like to see Design Workshop do some improvements for landscape. They did a great job with the Buyer Center. They actually put in sidewalk and landscape and trees. We need that all the way along Gillespie, even in front of the affordable housing proposed from 4th to 3rd. I do not think that any of the, and the water needs to be turned on, and I think that the Institute is well aware that those cottonwoods mature, have lost their water source, and it's an easy fix. I hope that I could meet with Design Workshop or someone in our neighborhood could actually sit down with them and talk about how to keep them thriving. The last thing I want to say is that I think that we really need to focus on being good neighbors to each other. There has not been any kind of ticketing or discouragement for parking out in the West End. I liked how the mayor said, maybe we need to look at something else. I don't think paid parking in the lot is going to do anything. I'm not even sure paid parking out on the street would be. Maybe it's simply a no parking. Or lastly, we're having a bus ridership issue. I personally walk. It's 5 blocks from 8th and Hallam to 5th and Gillespie. It is not a problem. We need to figure out a way to get people out of their cars and not race to the West End and park and do whatever they do. We need help on this, and it's a serious problem, and I would like it to not be overlooked in this process. It has been overlooked for years, and it is seriously important. It has to be a respectful situation, neighbor to neighbor. The West End, the R6 zone, is being choked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Heather Stanton.
Hello, Mayor Richards, members of City Council, staff, and community members. My name is Heather Stanton. I serve as the Vice President for Education and Community Programs at the Aspen Music Festival and School. I've been a resident of the Roaring Fork Valley since 2018. I'm a board member of the Aspen Rotary Club, a former trustee of the Pitkin County Library, an active volunteer and musician at Crossroads Church, and my husband serves as the chaplain at the Aspen Elks Lodge. At the AMFS, my role is to connect our organization with local youth and families. Our education and community programs have been active since the 1990s and have grown substantially since 2015. Today, we serve more than 6,000 residents and visitors each year, and we offer music education programs for infants through adults at every skill level. We work closely with our local school districts and teachers to strengthen arts education in our schools. Our flagship initiative, Afterworks, provides after-school music education to 500 students each week across 12 schools in 4 districts. From October to May, we run more than 40 classes each week in strings, guitar, and choir. The scale of programming is possible because of a team of 25 teaching artists, local musicians, educators, and AMFS alumni who are deeply woven into our local workforce fabric. My greatest challenge as an arts administrator is recruiting and retaining these teachers who are not only exceptional musicians, but have hearts for education, are role models for our kids, and are invested in this community. And the greatest barrier to bringing them here and keeping them here is consistent housing. Since 2017, we've partnered with Artist Year AmeriCorps, which places arts graduates in schools as resident teaching artists. Each Artist Year Fellow provides an estimated 1,200 additional hours of arts education exposure per year to students attending their partner school. we have the opportunity to continue this program and to expand it, possibly, if we're only able to offer stable housing options for the resident teachers. In my own 8 years in the Valley, I've moved 6 times, and I speak to you not only as an administrator, but as someone who understands firsthand how difficult it is for young professionals to secure affordable housing here and commit to a life in the Valley. But as locals, we know it has always been hard, and it is always worth it. Aspen has been a place for artists, thinkers, leaders, and those in a state of their own becoming since 1949. And my hope is that by housing the Aspen idea, we are committing to continuing a history of welcoming and engaging the next generation of our community's leaders who will support our students, strengthen our schools, and contribute to the rich artistic fabric of this community year-round. Thank you for your time and your collaboration.
Thank you very much. Elise Elliott. Elise is left. Linda Davis. There's no Linda Davis. I just saw, unfortunately, Diane Moore leave. Is she out in the hall by any chance? Check for her. No. Okay. Drem Devadis. There we go. Prem, sorry.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of the application. My name is Prem Davidas. I'm president of Salamander Collection, and we are honored to manage Aspen Meadows Resort for the Aspen Institute and to collaborate with the Institute in achieving its goals. I'm also, from an industry standpoint, a longtime Board of Directors member of the American Hotel Lodging Association and its resort committee, which focuses specifically on resort issues and challenges and represents that segment of the industry. So I can tell you that the challenge of housing employees and hiring and training and retaining employees is a nationwide challenge that has gotten progressively worse over the last 15 years and has become, is at a critical stage. In response to that, numerous resorts around the country, East Coast, West Coast, Mountain, have started building their own housing. After many years of renting apartments, they have recognized that this is the answer. And so I'm delighted that the Aspen Meadows Partnership is taking on this challenge in the way that they are. And I'll tell you that it is the critical piece in ensuring that we don't fall so far behind that we cannot be competitive in the industry for getting great employees. There are a number of things that would be beneficial to our efforts, but I think a couple of them to just keep in mind is that being on the campus for employees, being able to walk to work would not only make them productive, but it would really create more enjoyment in their work life, which is really important, and in their personal life. I think it also would be beneficial to the guest experience in the community. You've already heard about the reduction in traffic. That's a very real thing for employees who would have the opportunity to stay on campus. So, rather than renting or retrofitting old apartment buildings or old buildings, the opportunity to design and build housing that would be for the specific purpose of taking care of employees. I think it would demonstrate our care for the employees. And I think it would, and it would also create something that they would be proud to live in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. This last name is hard to read. Ryan Doert. Ryan, there we go. Thank you. Yeah.
Got some specific notes here because I have some specific things I'd like to say.
Okay.
But my name is Ryan Doherty. My firm represents the 4th Street Pedestrian Preservation Coalition. They are individuals who live on 4th Street and who will be substantially impacted by the proposed relocation from 3rd Street to 4th Street for the Aspen Music parking lot. Our coalition supports responsible, well-planned housing, but this proposed new parking lot entrance across from 4th Street poses a serious safety and infrastructure problem. The 4th Street is extremely narrow in sections. It has flashing crosswalks at Main Street. It's a marked pedestrian corridor, and it's so narrow that it requires all of its inhabitants to back entirely into the road and block it. That's how narrow it is, at least in sections. It has no curbs, no sidewalks, no drainage. It is materially different than 3rd and 5th Street, which have been historically used to access this campus. Turning this narrow residential street into a main thoroughfare is unsafe and inconsistent with the city's circulation standards. Under the Aspen Municipal Code, Council must make affirmative findings regarding safe and convenient access, circulation, and protection of pedestrian and bicycle facilities. Those findings must be supported by the information before you. Mr. Anderson represented earlier that the applicants and staff conducted a careful and thorough review of the application and the code. I don't doubt that. I do disagree in one respect. Impacts of relocating the parking lot access were largely ignored by the applicants and the city until P&Z review, when many of us made comments, not just myself. Even today, there was no meaningful conversation about 4th Street from the applicants. It was just generalizations. The applicant's supplemental Jacobs memo addresses accidental history, just accident history, and generalized traffic volumes in the West End. We appreciate that effort, but it is retrospective and insufficient. It does not include corridor-level capacity analysis, peak hour or event movements, queuing analysis, level of service, or multimodal conflicting modeling at the proposed entrance alignment. Before I conclude, I'd like to remind all of you of 2 recent actions the city has taken. The city recently adopted enhanced traffic impact analysis guidelines reflecting and acknowledging the need for more robust corridor-level evaluation. That should happen here. Additionally, the city authorized an expensive, comprehensive West End traffic congestion study just a few months ago. Approving this parking lot entrance relocation before that corridor-level analysis is completed is premature. We are not asking council to deny what I'm sure is much-needed housing. We're asking council to maintain ingress and egress on 3rd and 5th Streets as historically configured. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I should say this for everyone in the room, but many who have sent letters in, we have received those. We've been looking at those very carefully, and we appreciate that. John Markalunas. And we're getting down there. If there's people I still haven't called yet, honestly, I'm trying.
Good evening. You hear me all right?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thanks. Thanks you guys for having this meeting. My name's John Markalunas. I live at 6th and North for the last 3.5 years. I lived there prior since 1967 before working for the Forest Service. Couple things I wanted to point out is that easement has been there for a very long time on the trail between 6th and 7th Street, and I also would commute to my job the opposite way up to the Forest Service. And that easement probably saved my life half a dozen times by allowing me to be on a nice shady, pleasant nature trail as opposed to out in the maddening hordes of the West End sneak as I did the reverse commute back from Glenwood and walked home. So important thing, it was also traded for the easement that's under Smart Hall, and that easement existed as the primary horse trail in the West End in the 70s to get to the old fairgrounds, which is now the open space, which was the racetrack. So that was a mindful decision, and I support the city staff on keeping a really important green belt. The other thing I would point out is that open space is really a neat area, both the racetrack, the area behind the physics. It's made up of sage, which is one of the most volatile fire types around. And if they do get approved and they do the landscaping, please require them to do fire-resistant landscaping, such as deciduous trees and cottonwoods. Half a dozen times this summer, there was folks out there. I'd like to see the Meadows provide a smoking area for their employees that's on blue grass, that's watered. They're out there smoking in the middle of the racetrack, and it'd be a shame to see that thing just wipe out all that sage and the wildlife. That cottonwood area along that easement supports a huge amount of pseudo-urban wildlife. There's a fox that lives there. There's a great horned owl that nests in those cottonwoods every summer. It's there. It's a nice green belt that kind of calms all the traffic that the Meadows generates back and forth, especially during Aspen Ideas. So that easement is important. It was given as part of the approval process. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate the comments. Iona Nemeth? I apologize. I've always had pronunciation problems. It comes up.
I've always known my name's hard to pronounce.
Thank you.
It's Ilona Nemeth, and thank you, everybody, for being here tonight, reading through this application, which I know has not been short. I'm really encouraged by how thoughtful the comments have been tonight. I'm also encouraged by the cooperation of these three institutions and the deep thought towards the community and the give and take that's already been shown in what has been a multi-year process already. In the interest of brevity, as requested, I will ditto much of John Bennett's comments. Personally, I originally learned of physics years ago through their community outreach events, specifically at a summer lecture barbecue. I then got further involved because I so admired the intellectual energy and the global dialogue and process that comes about by way of the ACP existence and also at the other institutions. I have a house at 4th and Smuggler, so I have thought about the impact on me personally of this combined project. However, I am encouraged by the traffic studies we have heard tonight, which indicate what I heard, that there would be minimal or no additional traffic impact from this project. And I heard the mayor's point that safety and engineering are an important aspect. So overall, I look at this from a community culture and programming perspective and strengthening the future of Aspen as a desirable community and destination. As has already been said tonight, the cultural aspects of Aspen are a large part of what differentiates Aspen from other mountain towns. As Dan Porterfield said earlier, we are at a crossroads for housing and not-for-profits. At a recent February conference just this month at ACP on gravity fields, half the scientists who were interested and accepted had to turn down attendance because of the housing costs for the program. That will end up diminishing the draw and potential of these programs and the burnishment that these programs and institutions lend globally to Aspen's reputation and our valuations. I support building thoughtful housing now, which this appears to be, with a coordinated plan for construction, as well as accommodating the traffic and parking issues for these institutions that have been part of the soul and spirit of Aspen. It won't get any better for housing than we do it now. The Physics Center played a role in supporting the local community when historically for years renting from local home and condo owners. But that, as we know, that approach is no longer available. And it feels like in some ways ACP is being scrutinized more because of that historical community intertwining, resulting in now a greater need for on-site housing. And that housing is essential for the zeitgeist and operating model of the ACP to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just want to double check, did I already reach Grace Gutierrez? Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone.
Hi. That's good. My name is Grace Gutierrez. I moved to the Valley in 2021. I can only speak about my experience. I've never lived in the West End. I've never owned a home in Aspen. I moved here in 2021 to work at the Art Museum. I now work at the Aspen Institute. The only reason I was able to work for the Art Museum is because they offered me employee housing. I lived in that housing for 4 years. That meant that I could gain the experience needed to work at the Aspen Institute. That means I could be qualified for APSHA. That means I could meet my partner and move into free market housing now. That means that I can be a part of this community. There are so many people that are excited and willing to be a part of this town, to contribute, and they can't because they can't live here. I heard someone say once that if you can walk to your local coffee shop, then you probably live in a walking city. If it takes the barista more than an hour to get to that same coffee shop, you probably live in a theme park. I think that it is our responsibility to this town to ensure that the people that work in Aspen live in Aspen, to ensure that this town remains a community. There are so many details about this that totally go over my head, so I'm so thankful for all of you. I'm thankful for the community members that notice it. I don't think it's a question of whether or not this project should happen, but how it happens. I trust all of you to do really well, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Carrie Williams, right up front. You've been waiting patiently. Thank you.
Thank you all. My name is Carrie Williams. I am the current GM of the Aspen Meadows, and I also had the privilege of working for the Institute for 5 years. First, I want to thank you all for taking public comments. I'm sure that positive changes and considerations will be made from this collaborative effort, so thank you. There's things that have obviously not everyone can consider, so this is where this comes out. I can tell you as an employer in this town that I have great difficulty hiring and retaining qualified talent, mainly because of the cost of housing. In the past 7 months since I've been the GM, I've not been able to hire 4 different people because of the cost of housing once they've really gotten into it. We also, as most people know, and a lot of people in this town have J1 students, and we have those individuals. And I would say that their overall experience may not be the best due to long commutes and not being able to really enjoy where they work because they're all housed down in Carbondale or Glenwood Springs. You know, I think it's amazing that the 3 entities of most people, as pointed out, are trying to solve for their own housing crisis, in what I would say. Mayor, I would like to say I like your thought of charging for parking. I think it's a possible solution, but I would say maybe given the economic status of most people in this town, they probably don't care about paying for parking. But I think that overall, you know, Aspen in and of itself needs to do a better job mitigating for traffic issues that have existed for years, and particularly in the West End. Everyone's mentioned the West End creep, and that is a real thing. But I hope that the existing traffic issues don't impact the overall hopeful success of this project. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. We are getting down there. Is there a Suzanne Morrison here? Thank you, Suzanne.
I'm Suzanne Morrison, and today I work for the Aspen Music Festival and School. But back in the 90s, I worked for the Aspen Center for Environmental Studies. when we raised funds and built housing right there on land that we owned at Hallam Lake. And it was transformational. Housing our great employees right where we needed them, having some sense of control of our operating costs so that we could really deliver on our land stewardship work and environmental education programs. I really believe without the stability that that housing provided for the organization, we would not have had the capacity to acquire and protect the Caddo Center at Toklat and Rock Bottom Ranch. It was that important. And I think it's so important that these organizations have the opportunity to do the same. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Kate Lanich. Kate, there you are.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm the Vice President and General Manager at the Aspen Music Festival and School, and I've been living here in the Valley since 2018. I was first introduced to the festival as a summer staffer in 2016 and came back when offered a full-time job. My department is responsible for finding housing for 144 summer staff, 132 faculty, and we assist with finding housing for 105 guest artists. Housing all of them is a Herculean task and one of our biggest challenges. Since COVID, the number of local rentals available to us continues to decrease sharply. Many units that we once relied on are no longer in the rental pool, and on average, we have lost between 2 to 3 units per year since COVID. These units were way below market rate and owned by longtime Aspen locals. Others have been sold or too expensive to rent now. Because of that, we've had to house more people excuse me, farther away, particularly in Snowmass and some as far as Basalt and Willits. We currently have about a 60-40 split of people living in Snowmass versus Aspen. This adds significantly to traffic congestion on Highway 82 and increases pressure on bus transit. The budget strains and the higher costs each year are becoming unsustainable. Even our year-round staff, as we've talked about, are affected. I have 4 direct reports, 3 of which, including our housing director, who do not live in the Valley anymore. Having 3 live here in the Valley would be a game changer for our department and the level of service we would be able to provide. Fewer staff on site makes it much harder for us to accomplish our goals. We also compete with ourselves in finding housing during the summer for our summer faculty, our full-time staff, our summer staff, and our guest artists. Having these 13 more units would make a truly meaningful difference. What makes the Aspen Music Festival and School so remarkable and has been over these past 76 years is the staff, and that is being able to be competitive with other major classical music organizations in the world, and being able to attract and retain talent is a huge part of what makes us so special. And so having this housing would allow us to remain competitive and committed to maintaining our standard of excellence and community service to this great town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peter Fornell.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thanks a lot for having me. There's 2 points that I'd like to try to make with you tonight, and I'm super sensitive to the hard work that the nonprofits do and their need for housing. I'm also sensitive to the neighbors and their concerns for having something that is in keeping with their neighborhood. We're asking for a change from what was academic and open space land to a PD, and then an application is just coming in off that PD. Now, the applicant brought up a point that I'd like to dig into a little bit further, and that point is that the majority of the land that they have for these parcels abuts either R15 or R6 zoning. You all spend a lot of money, and the Community Development Department spent a lot of time in creating a permitted use in all of our zone districts. And in in that we have zoning abutting these pieces of real estate and considering what the size and scale should be, what is the delta if you took these lots and you zoned them what they are across the street from each other or to their abutting lots, and you used the affordable housing zoning permitted in those zone districts, what is the delta between what you've described as your tolerance in those zone districts and what they're asking for in their request for development? And I don't know what the spread is in the size of that, but I think that it's worthwhile for you all to understand that so you can understand what impacts you're really putting onto the community or into the neighborhood itself, because you've already sort of decided what your tolerance level is for those neighborhoods. Just because they're not zoned doesn't mean they don't sit next to those zone districts. I think is the easiest way to compare and contrast with what they're asking and what you have done your hard work in doing. So I'd like you to consider that throughout your thinking. And then second, I'd like to talk about the graph that was presented by the applicant with regard to how those units will get used. The graphs tiered down in their ability to put who they wanted in, and at the fourth tier becomes a use for the public. So an employee living and working in Aspen is going to be fourth behind 3 nonprofit organizations in their opportunity to ever reside in one of those units. So with them stating that they're not even housing all of the people that they have, the likelihood that they'll ever house anyone other than their own staff, in my mind, is quite low. So you know, I want you to remember that, you know, I was one of the crafters of the Affordable Housing Certificate Program. It was designed specifically for the private sector to build workforce housing for the public. And I thank you, Mrs. Mayor, for recognizing that. You know, we specifically wrote language in there that states that the public domain can't build for certificates, because how can I compete with someone that's using tax dollars to build? Well, similarly, how is a private developer going to compete in the creation of affordable housing for certificates with someone that might be using, for example, donations to a nonprofit? So I see these products as different, and I encourage you to be careful in the issuance of those certificates, because they're not being made for what they were created to be made for. But I will say one thing: if they believe that it's in their best interest to use some of their mitigation in the mitigation for the projects that they have and maybe will get a need for in the future, I would support that. So
Thank you. Let's see, we are just about through all of this list, except for Chris Bryant.
Thank you. Chris Bryan, local attorney. I've been asked to come here tonight on behalf of a consortium of neighbors that are called the West End Community Association. I've sent you 2 letters. My clients take no position as to the proposal by the Aspen Institute and the music school. They do have some concerns about the physics piece. Listening to Jessica's presentation earlier, it strikes me, and this is in the materials, but it really came to stark relief. The music school is asking for 13 units, 17 bedrooms. The Institute's asking for 13 units, 26 bedrooms. ACP is asking for 8 buildings, 34 units, and 63 bedrooms. More than double both of those other pieces put together. The other real concern that my clients have about the ACP piece of this is that these are really glorified short-term rentals. Now, I noticed that there was a whole slide about how this isn't short-term rentals because it's not for the general public, but it's really preferential STRs for PhDs. And if you noticed in your proposed ordinance, it says it multiple times, and Jessica was upfront about it in her slide, and their families. So you've got physicists coming here for 1 to 3 weeks, maybe up to 5, who are then bringing their families for these conferences. I go to conferences. I have to stay in a hotel room or a studio. I don't get to bring my family. And so for the community to be giving preference and privilege to this part of it, I think is a real concern. I think it makes a mockery of the short-term rental definition in your code. I think this is a way to slither around that, and that it's not fair that it's going to add basically 30 more in a zone district that only has 81 short-term rentals. I don't think this is for the community. I think it's for people who parachute in and give presentations, which is all good and well. No one dislikes the physics program. Everybody likes the programming here, but this is not the best use of limited community resources. And if we're going to privilege this over true community housing, true employee housing for the Institute and for the music school and for all the other employers that need to house their year-round employees, this cheapens that and it trivializes it. There's also some real issues with parking that I've raised in my letter. There's also some real concerns that we have about this trail easement. It's an actual platted easement. And the applicant tries to soft shoe around that by saying that it's informal and historic, but not platted. It's actually platted, and we actually point that out in our documents. No one has any ill will toward any of these applicants, but they've reached too far with the physics piece. And you need to really take a look at that, because that could sandbag the whole application. And there are things here that could be salvaged, and it's your job to not let the applicant overreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I'd like to, working with my IT, see if there's anyone online who would like to speak. If you are online, we have a few on our screen. Can you raise your figurative hand on that? No, I'm not seeing Bill Smith, Brian Golden, Christian Hartranth, Colby Christoph, and Public. So none of these folks are here to speak to us. Let me ask, is there anyone in the room who did not sign up on the sign-up sheet who would like to speak? Please come forward, identify yourself for the record, and I will ask once again among the crowd.
I'll be super quick.
Yeah, and what is your name?
Tracy Eggleston.
Okay, thank you, Tracy.
And I just want to say thank you guys. I know this is a long evening for everybody, so thank you for hanging in there. And my biggest concern is that 4th Street access. I just think, I live on 4th Street and I see the pedestrians, I see the music students. The whole purpose of the corridor was for the music students to get down to the music tent, and yet they're opening up a two-way access point on 4th Street, and I just can't believe that that would be something that would be beneficial. And I worry about the safety of the kids walking up and down, of the families, of the seniors that are strolling along 4th Street. They're not paying attention to the cars. We've been trained to go 4th Street. And now all of a sudden we're going to have cars coming every which way and take away that access. It should stay on 3rd and 5th, in my opinion. But that's just, to me, it seems illogical to mix those two. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your.
Is there anyone else in the public who has decided they would like to offer a few words? There being none, I will close this public comment section.
May I make just a small comment?
Yes.
Staff sent you approximately 78 pages of public comment that was not in the packet. And I just want to first inform the public that that was provided to you, and to note, and I think you all are very good about reading your emails. These all came to you through various means, but that you've had an opportunity to review those comments as well. So.
Yes, we have, and we have compiled them as a post document uploading to the computer for the general file, and have those on the record to include in any future hearings in more of the formal format. I think we now will ask, would you like to respond to the questions and comments you've heard now, or rather take this feedback, think about it, have council member comments of feedback as well, and then schedule an additional meeting for this?
I think we're happy to answer questions, but given the hour, I think we're very comfortable with a continuation to continue that conversation and also defer to staff on your preference.
I think that makes sense. We all have been at this since 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And again, I want council member comments for feedback for the applicant and for our staff. And then we will continue the public hearing at the next meeting. I am not going to close it because there may be changes that you would bring forward, and that there are people who did have to leave early, unfortunately. We'll try to keep it to a lighter agenda, perhaps even consider a special meeting when we don't have all the other pro forma items of a regular council meeting. So starting with that, Bill, why don't you lead off?
Sure, thanks. Thanks to everyone who commented and participated and spent hours and hours reviewing the materials. I think that's a great example of what makes Aspen a place that I love so much, is this community participation. And I do appreciate it, and I'm so grateful for these institutions to be part of our community. And I do support and I commend employer-sponsored housing efforts, and I think that most of what's being presented today is about that. And I think that's important in the context of a lot of my comments. I want to encourage all 5 of us to think about this as a very long-term decision. And yes, these institutions have been in Aspen for the long term, but that doesn't mean that they'll be here forever. And that doesn't mean that the Aspen Center for Physics isn't going to have a different mission in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Doesn't mean people aren't going to stop listening to classical music, and this becomes a very different institution. And so I think as we're contemplating the physical changes of this, we should think about it not as what their mission is today, but about how those physical changes could adapt to different uses over time, different institutions occupying them over time. I'm a proponent of workforce housing. I am supportive of encouraging and rewarding creation of new workforce housing units. Not all of these being proposed to me are workforce housing units, and I'll go down institution by institution or project by project and comment more specifically on that. But I do think that some of these are deserving of mitigation credits because they're creating housing that doesn't exist today. These institutions and these businesses and these operations were established before today's housing environment, and before the housing credit mitigation program. And again, I commend the private sector for taking initiative, doing something where they can, and not relying on the public sector, which is not the most efficient and not the most effective creator of workforce housing. Holistically, here's what I would like to see come back to us. I'd like to see more thought put into the offsite, specifically parking enforcement, traffic circulation, pedestrian circulation and infrastructure throughout the West End, at least on the primary routes. I know our staff is eager to work with the applicants on figuring that out well, and I know that that's outside of sort of the purview of your private property, but I do think that it's incumbent on me, in my opinion, to improve the status quo, and we have an opportunity to do that together. And that doesn't mean that you have to bear the entire burden of that, but I do think that this should be the catalyst for doing better than what's there today. I'm also uncomfortable with 10-year vested rights. I think that construction could stretch on for a very long period of time if we approve that. So I'd put that back into your court and ask you to contemplate if that could be condensed somehow. Okay, I'm going to go project by project now. Aspen Music Festival and School. I'm generally fine with this type of housing and the use of what the housing is proposed for. I would like to see a minimum 6-month tenancy requirement on all the units. For me, having this be long-term housing is critical. I would like to see more architectural variation of the units. I don't want this to look like a unified housing project. I want this to feel like there's variation, just like there is throughout the West End. And given the location close to the residences in the West End, I think that's important. I think you can do that within the language of Bauhaus architecture and style. There's an opportunity for that without making them all look the same, and I think that's really important. I also want to see Gillespie Street and the screening and the appearance of the parking lot improved. I think that that's really low-hanging fruit and easy to do and would make a big difference on the neighborhood. Okay, Aspen Institute and Meadows. I think my only comment there is, again, the 6-month minimum tenancy. I don't support this for more transient housing uses at all. I do want those to be APSHA workforce housing units for both of those projects. Physics. This one I struggle with the most because it's being sort of disguised, and that doesn't necessarily have a negative connotation, but it's being disguised as APSHA workforce housing, and that is not what this is to me. But that doesn't mean that I don't think that there's a place for what's being asked for and contemplated. I just don't think that it's appropriate to call it APSHA workforce housing. I think that the development rights might be different if this is proposed as free market or transient housing or whatever the more appropriate term is for what it is. I think the development fees are certainly different if it's not being disguised as affordable housing or workforce housing. And I'm not sure this uses should be eligible for those things. I think it could undermine the spirit of our workforce housing program and our affordable housing program significantly if we sort of allow this to come in under those guidelines. But I welcome a proposal that's honest about the use and calls it what it is. And I'd like to see it somewhat smaller in scale. I totally understand the need for it, but I think we need to treat it as what it is and what it will be used as. I'm not sure I love the units on North Street. I think there's something quite special about that sort of more natural environment. And I think I have the street right. That's North Street. Yeah, with the. Sorry if I'm mixing that up. I think there's something special about that, and you know, the site tour yesterday was quite beneficial in seeing that there is a lot of room on the north side of the site, and perhaps consolidation into fewer buildings might even make for more room to do more on the north side of the site, which I would personally encourage. I think that is it for me. Thank you so much for your hard work and considering my comments.
Thank you, Bill. We can go down the line or skip around, depends on how ready you feel.
No, I'm fine. I'll keep it short. Most of my comments came out in my questions, obviously. My concerns are with the access route to the campus, 4th and 7th Street in particular, and I think between the city and the applicants, we need to come up with a better game plan as far as how to get people to and from the campus more safely, especially on streets that might be too narrow for said things. With that, I was just one question to come back with is what it would take to do a level 2 TIA. I just would want to know the cost and how long it would take just to understand that and understand if it's really necessary. I think we've heard plenty about need for a greater parking plan. I think a lot of these the applicants have done a pretty decent job as far as parking for, except for, unfortunately, the Center for Physics, which obviously has a different situation. As far as vested rights go, I feel like it probably should be in the 3 to 5 year range for vested rights, just because of the avoiding the prolonged construction timeline that could potentially happen with a 10-year vested rights, but come back and discuss that more. And then lastly, again, the Center for Physics, just because it's like a unique situation, very supportive of you and the fact that you're trying to house physicists. I do think those units off of North Street tend to feel a little more inappropriate between the trail easement and having the driveways cut through the trail regardless, and being so close to what is a denser part of the neighborhood. And I think it would be, and the fact that you're asking for more than double the amount of units between the entire project. So if that could remain something that was only on the north side of Stranahan Hall, I think that would be a lot more palatable to everyone involved. Those are my chief concerns and something that I hope we can head towards a compromise on. And last comment would be if I missed anything of those that think I'm like missing something that's of grave concern, please let me know. But otherwise, I feel like that's how I feel and how I boil down people's concerns to try to find a compromise in this situation.
Let us all know.
Let us all know.
Yeah, there would be public comments for all of us. So.
I know.
Okay. Thank you. At this end, who wants to go first?
I can go.
Christine, thank you.
Thanks to everyone for this long evening. It's our job as a council and staff and community to work on this project to make sure it balances the needs of the market, the concerns of the neighbors, and the goals of these organizations. I believe we should be encouraging, incentivizing, and supporting organizations to develop and work on their own housing, and this should and could be a model for future projects. In general, I am supportive of this project, and I thank the applicant and the staff for their time and thoughtful proposal. Additionally, council for everyone on their thoughts on this. I'll start with, I do have some concerns. That's what we're here for. The easy one, the vested rights, I would like to see this reduced to 3 to 5 years as well. I think that would mitigate some of the construction impacts on the neighborhood. We've talked a lot about transportation and the 4th Street entrance. I think this needs more consideration. We need to know what the impacts are on these corridors, how it shifts, and what the potential impacts are in not moving those from 3rd and 5th Street. We are working on a connectivity West End study right now, and would like to see some of this work done in conjunction with that if possible. They're related, and it seems kind of seamless to put these together at the same time as we're having this conversation. In terms of the housing credits, I do have some remaining questions about the housing credit certificates. I am at this point undecided on that and really do want to spend more time thinking about that. In terms of parking, if you build parking, people will drive their cars. That's just a fact of development. I think the lumberyard was overparked, and I want to thank the applicant for being thoughtful about parking and trying to reduce traffic by eliminating parking, specifically in the Center for Physics. That said, I do hear the concerns of the neighbors and the potential impacts of parking on the neighborhood because we don't have parking. So I would like to see some sort of compromise there. I don't think we need to max out the parking, but because, like I said, the cars will come. But I do want to address the concerns of the neighborhood and what kind of impact that might have on neighbors. And finally, the type of housing. This is zoned academic. I agree with what's been set up here before with the music festival and the Institute. I think the people who will be residing in those houses meet the zoning. I also think that the physicists meet the zoning. The physicists are academics, and so they are permitted under zoning to live in these boarding houses. That said, I would like to see a reduction in the size and the number of the units in this physics application. I think the North Street, those 3 units on North Street makes the most sense, and it also solves for the trail easement. the conversation around the trail easement as well, if we are talking about reducing some of those units, and it might be more palatable for the neighborhood. I want us to all support this project. I want us to all feel good about it, and I think we can get there, and it's our job to sort of whittle down these concerns to make sure that this is something that the community can really be excited about. So, thank you.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, I want to start out by saying that I have a bias for the physics center. We have rented to physicists over the summers for years, and they're the best renters. They're quiet. They pay their bills on time through the physics center. They walk. They ride bikes. They ride buses. I've seen it with my own two eyes. So let me start with my list, though. I just wanted to get that part out of the way. I think it's always a good idea to control your own employee housing, so this is a great deal for all three organizations and for our community. I think John Bennett's comments about the Center for Physics and he didn't call it a transportation experiment, but I will. I think that this is kind of what I've been looking for is, as Christine pointed out, lower parking minimums. And this does take it to a little bit of an extreme. But again, having experience with a physicist, I do think this has a very good chance of working. I already mentioned my concerns about a lot of smaller housing units and my belief that it would make more sense from energy consumption and climate change to have more massing. That, again, I know that flies in the face of community character and all that, but I'm thinking, again, we're all thinking about 30, 40 years into the future. What's our climate going to be like at that point? We should be thinking about that. I also have huge concerns about the housing credits that, for the reasons that Peter Fornell and Rachel pointed out, I'd like to know more about the housing credit program because I'm not really comfortable knowing with the knowledge that I have about it right now. And then lastly, the 10 years vested rights is a no-go for me. I would prefer to keep it at 3, 5 maximum. Definitely not 10. That's it for me.
Thank you, John. And again, if people think of something else towards the end to want to throw in there, we'll do that. I'll try not to be too repetitive. I agree with and can consider 5-year vesting as opposed to 10-year. I think there's a reasonable amount of challenge even bringing a workforce in to build things when there are so many other projects that are underway or already approved. And I think that might be a challenge for any of these folks. But in that vesting, I'd like to mention that we are, I believe, going to talk about the topics related to construction management during our retreat coming up that have to do with, right now you can keep extending those vestings so easily with, oh, I just got a demo permit, now I'll wait a year, and now I'll get a foundation permit, and I'll wait a year. And I don't think that's the intention of any of these characters. I'm just saying that's one of the things we're looking at to solve that type of problem, which we have certainly experienced in the core. On the parking, I can't help but say, if it's all carrots and no sticks, it's wishful thinking. And for a lot of people, they'll fulfill your wishes, and a lot of people won't. And the more we're getting an aging population and an aging attendance at some of these things, people driving independently in their own cars. And oddly enough, a lot of our guests are now staying in Snowmass and Basalt and Down Valley, and they're driving to our events. So that is compounding the problem. A lot of our events are currently threatened by, is it too expensive for people to want to send a whole crew from France to participate in a food and wine or other activities? Is it getting too expensive for the Wheeler Opera House to bring in talent for its shows, let alone regular restaurants, hotels, and other businesses? So I do think we should look at what would paid parking or West End parking be. And the way they like to turn those sort of things around is say that will help pay for more of your shuttle service, or that will help pay for more transportation demand management, or upgrading the bike fleet to all electric, things like that. I think we clearly need our city engineering to look at and work with this 4th Street issue versus 5th and 3rd. They are markedly different in their size. To even imagine that people would be parallel parking on either side of that street before the traffic goes through, are we eliminating that ability for those homeowners that they currently have? I think if there's any one thing that truly shifts impacts that have been accepted for 35 years to a different neighborhood area, it's that proposal. That just literally takes our impacts we used to have and puts them over here. And I think that's challenging. I also think we really need to look at that intersection of those 3 roads to say, can it be done better on Roaring Fork Drive, Gillespie, and the other one I have written down here. I've been there myself to see the danger of who's going first at this triangular 3rd-way stop. It's a little odd. It's just a little odd. And a lot of these things worked when, as people said, we didn't have permanent year-round tents and year-round programming in some of these facilities. They worked when we were a little smaller scale, and perhaps they're just not working as well now. I do really feel we need a better 360-degree evaluation from our staff of the employee housing credit programs. What would the value of that be as a contribution? And for us, to me, my mind, would be making a contribution of a deficit of housing, because they will be bought for future developments that will not be mitigating at 100%. It's just that simple. And it's almost a form of double dipping. And I apologize for that if that's something you've been banking on, or that's something that, developers, assistants, and the land use planners say, hey, we might have this credit, this benefit. But I don't think it does go further to create housing. It creates ghost units. You already got the units, you already got people in them, and now these people are getting credit as if they built 29 units. And it's a little form of double dipping to me. I have a problem with. There have been suggestions that there be better management tools on the MAA parking lot, that it's not used as staging areas, that's not used as storage areas, the screening, the landscaping, these sort of things, that is left to primarily the next phase of this process, should this move forward. But I think that can be represented now for the neighborhood to have a better sense of how well these things will be screened, how well they'll take a look at. Similar to my colleagues at the table, I do support the long-term true employee housing uses that the Aspen Institute and the Music Festival are promoting. I am not as concerned with a full 6-month deed restricted unit, as much as understanding that a lot of summer workers might be here for just 3 months, 3.5 months, but it would be nice to see the balance leased for someone for the full year. And so I don't know, that's why I was saying I'd like to see what some of these sample deed restrictions can look like. They are different. I've never even heard of an RO rental category price range, and I'd love to know what that is. That some of these things are new to me. The Physics Center is a bit of a challenge for me, and I do agree that these 3 projects are tied together and should be reviewed together, because they are a part of the original Meadows campus plan. And I realize I don't want to hold people up, but we're not going to break them apart, because what's really not happening is looking at the synergy of the impacts of the 3. It's not that, we can talk about the individual developments, but the synergy of the impacts, the increased programming, the opportunity for increased and year-round programming, and then that's impacts on the neighborhood that surrounds it, on the real community neighborhood. And this is very important to me. I want to make sure that we are being as auto disincentive as possible and other mobility options offered. But, you know, I want to see at the next hearing the cost from the city that we're currently paying for things like the downtowner contract, which services the West End very heavily, and the cost that we pay into the crosstown shuttle right now. I think it needs to be acknowledged that the city is already supporting in many ways, as much as it can, these institutions. The walking path, the walking path we've created already, you know, with the no auto access. On the Physics Center, as others are talking about, it's a little problematic. And how could some of these units be reconfigured to be more of what we would call a boarding house? And maybe that is a triplex, but it doesn't seem like a 3-bedroom is a boarding house, you know? The idea, I can see it, certainly 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms, but how, rather than having it be what looks like individual condominium complexes and the 3 different duplexes, those duplexes are definitely not boarding houses. You know, a boarding house kind of defines multiple individuals being able to live in a similar place. And maybe if we can look back to seeing what those definitions are. So as Bill was saying, how do you really make it fit the definitions that are available as an academic, as an essential public facility, and not call it affordable housing? Because it's not. It may exist and it may be worth doing, and I believe it is, but not under the guise of affordable housing. It's affordable as you'd like to provide it, room for your participants, for participants, not worker force. And I almost choke when I hear people say, oh, well, our 4 employees already have housing and they're secure. Well, I don't think they're going to live forever, and they may not keep the same job forever. And there's a lot of agencies that thought they were really well set for housing until COVID, until other things happened, and suddenly that housing disappeared. But I would like to see a proposal that might not capture all the needs of the Physics Center, but is appropriate to the size and scale of that neighborhood. The historic trail, those sort of open space, those things were battled over 30, 35 years ago. They were not done by accident, and I'm just not that comfortable trying to uproot them. It already happened once to add Smart Hall, which was a compromise. It's unfortunate that future trail was platted but not ever really signed off on, but it is there on paper. And this temporary trail to now say we can move that into what is literally a sidewalk effect doesn't work for me, especially when it crosses 3 driveways. You know, that kills a trail. You need a stop sign on either side of the trail to tell people not to bike through it because there could be cars. You need stop signs for the cars. That is really just awkward placement. And whether it's to the north or further, just rearrange. I'm not a land use planner to say how you can move these squares around or how you can combine them, but maybe it's just a little too much in the 10-pound bag, and it needs to be reduced a little bit. So those are the types of things I would like to look for changes. Is there anything else that anybody else had thought of? I guess a final thought is that when we see remodels of houses, they have to come up to the current fire code. And when we see remodels of things, they often have to address past deficiencies. And so at some level, when we're talking about the parking and the impacts of the neighborhood, we are talking at some level about some of the past deficiencies of the parking. And if it just would stay status quo, there might be one thing, but it seems like this is adding to that deficiency. And that's it for my comments. Anybody else have anything they'd like to add?
Would you like a motion?
I'd just ask a question, is do we have to do this to a date certain, or given that the,
Kate and
yeah,
Kate have been
given
looking for
that the
dates.
applicant might have some work ahead of them, is
Well,
there a way to do it to a date to be determined?
Well, I think we would want to check in with the applicant here. So you do, for the noticing to stay current and under our code, the continuance has to be to a date certain, and then that noticing remains valid. You have raised a good point, which is you've all provided a lot of feedback and a lot of things that deserve some thought. So I would ask the applicant, I know we had proposed March 10th as a possible continuance date, but they may need more time to take your feedback and address it.
And I would say, excuse me, I think there's a lot of questions that have been answered tonight. We have not answered those, and I think a continuation to March 10th would help us answer those questions to understand what is the next direction, and we would take an additional continuation potentially to make sure that we can incorporate any changes. But I think because we haven't taken the opportunity to spend another 2 hours with you tonight to answer those questions, we'd like to maybe do that at the next meeting on the 10th, if that is appropriate.
Okay, pardon me?
Just from staff level, if we are to respond to all of these for the meeting on the 10th, I do not think that we'll have capacity to respond to all of these by the 10th, because that means that packet has to be in on Monday, the 2nd.
I think we need to be realistic on this, our side too.
100%.
I think what Jessica was suggesting, if I heard, I think if there is a desire for staff response or applicant response to anything from a design perspective, or even, the analysis for the affordable housing credits, which seemed of interest to a majority of you, I think that would be difficult for staff to pull off. We'd have to have packet into you early next week. So I don't think that's possible, but I do think to Jessica's suggestion, that there is a time on the 10th for the applicant to respond to public comment this evening and some of the things that they'd heard from, and we're not providing new materials for your consideration. I think that that's manageable. But I do think if there's expectation for any kind of response, either from the applicant or staff, or for the applicant to provide things that we would be reviewing, that would probably nearly impossible for the 10th. But I do think if there's a suggestion on the 10th for some additional time within a public hearing to just have some further discussion and input, I think that would work for staff. But I do think if it's an expectation that we're coming back with a response to things, that would be difficult to deal with.
I would add one piece, which is that we've provided a draft of all 3 deed restrictions to planning staff and to APSHA, and so perhaps those could be included in a packet because those are already available. But agreeing with Ben that besides that, which has already been done, we don't have the capacity by Monday to turn something around, but would really love the opportunity on the 10th to respond to the comments and questions.
Yeah. For all the public, we're looking at a 26-page resolution towards approving this. That has a lot of details and a lot of variances and a lot of neighborhood impacts to it. And so this is why, as I said at the beginning, we're going to really take our time. This is not going to be a rush job for the benefit of the neighbors or the institutes or anything. We're just going to do what we can that's right by the community and incorporate the best thinking and decision-making of this board. So if we continue this to March 10th for the applicant's responses to public comment and to our own questions as much as possible, we would then also need to have public comment at that meeting since we've not closed it and the topic is still open.
You have indicated that you would open it back up for public comment at that time, and I think that's appropriate. But just know, then if that's true, I do think that there's an opportunity for the public to continue to provide written comment as well.
Yes, and thank you for that. If we get to the next meeting, I will ask that public comments are held to 2 minutes, and I would request that anyone sending in public comments send them in Jeffrey Barnhill and the clerk's office. Any number of us have gotten comments individually, which we then have to forward to the clerk, to forward out to the rest of our members, and it's gotten a little awkward to make sure we're 100% accurate on that public record. So we will do that, and we will look with our staff in between now for a future meeting that will happen after the 10th.
Great.
So that our staff can, especially engineering and looking at the 4th and some of these other issues, will have time.
That's great.
Is there a motion to continue this item into March 10th?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Mike, call the roll.
Gotcha.
Counselor Benedetti?
Yes. As soon as it came out.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards?
Yes, and we will also, again, be looking for future dates, potentially as a special meeting that doesn't have all the rest of the consent calendar and so on attached.
I'll move
And
to
one
adjourn the regular
question,
meeting.
very quickly, just one
Pardon
question.
me, folks, pardon me.
This
Yes.
is such a minor detail. We've brought our physical model. Would you like us to bring that back for the next meeting? It's kind of an orchestration. And so we just want to understand if that's helpful for council and the public, or if we should skip it for the next meeting.
I don't want to leave it here and have it be,
We'll take it with us tonight.
okay. And
Just
be in
wondering
charge
if you'd
of it.
like to see it back. There's a shot of it.
How about we get to think about that a little
Great,
bit?
that sounds great.
Okay.
Let us know.
I'll move to adjourn the regular meeting.
Thank you.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the regular meeting. Mike, can you call the roll, please?
Counselor Benedetti?
Yes.
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Richards?
Yes.